Hello, hello. Welcome to our first ever Cadence Amplify event. We are so excited. We've brought in some incredible WordPress speakers to share their knowledge with us today, and I just think it's going to be such a sweet and special day. So thanks for joining us. Thanks for being here. The purpose of this day, we're basically doing this because we know that tools are only as good as we are at using them. And we want to help you be really, really good at using your tools. So we've brought in some incredible WordPress experts that we will get to glean from their knowledge and gain new wisdom and hopefully have a new understanding of how to use the tools that are given us, whether it's Cadence or WordPress or both. So we're super excited to give just a really quick rundown of the day. Every hour on the hour, we will be introducing a new speaker and turning over the mic. And we do have 2 tracks going today. So you can see the schedule in the show notes below. And kind of see like which speaker, which topics you want to hear. And don't worry, everything will be recorded. So if there's 2 sessions happening at once and you want to be in both, you can go back and listen. So don't worry, but do engage with us today. We'll be here all day long. We will have Q&A sessions at the end of each one. So if you have any questions, ask them and we'll kind of mark them as we go and hopefully have time for those at the end. So yeah, our first speaker, I'm super excited about. His name is Peter Ingersoll. He is a self-employed WordPress site builder, maintainer, and trainer. He lives in South Windsor, Connecticut with his wife, Leah, and their 3 cats, Binks, Milo, and Tasha. And I just got to hear all about these cats, and they sound wonderful. I'm maybe a cat person now. Hi, Peter.
Hi,
Peter started in websites creation back when slicing images and table-based design was the norm. He discovered WordPress right around the release of version 3.0, and from there went the somewhat common path of the Kubrick-themed Genesis, then the page builder Beaver builder, and now the block editor with tools like Kadence. If you think you might have heard his name before, Peter can often be found in many online WordPress meetups, in chats for live events or streams, or trying to help in WordPress Facebook groups. Although he doesn't technically call himself a developer, Peter likes to consider himself an admin and DIY advocate. Peter is the co-organizer of the WordPress Hartford meetup, where they have not missed a monthly meeting since its relaunch in 2018, which is amazing. And not all WordPress meetups can say that. Peter and co-organizer Ray Minko, I hope I'm saying that right, Minko, host and present at most of their meetups, including all their online meetups for the last 3 years. Recently, Peter delivered an accessibility presentation, which prompted the idea of his talk today. Peter, how are you?
I'm doing really well. Yeah, excited to kick things off, and this is really fun. We're talking right before about how this being, an all live event is kind of unusual but great, and hope everybody understands the flubs and the impromptu and all of that, because it's part of the fun of learning with other people.
It is part of the fun. I'm super excited. I honestly love all the flubs. It just makes it feel like it's more live, which is what this is. It feels like we're together in a sense that when you're together, then things don't always go perfect. But I think it'd be a great day. So thanks so much for being here. And yeah, I will turn the mic over to you.
Great. Thank you. Well, hello, everybody. My presentation is on presentations. We're calling it Build a Slide Presentation in Kadence, WP in Kadence. I use the Kadence tools, as we were just talking about going from Beaver Builder to Kadence. So thought it was a good match with some of the things that I've recently done, and that's what we're going to talk about. So yeah, I make and maintain WordPress websites. I use a variety of tools, including the Kadence suite. I do have the full suite. I have a couple of other tool sets that I like too, but I've been focusing most of my time in Kadence because it's proving to be the fastest, most robust way of building the things that I do for the most part. And in a recent, we mentioned the Hartford meetup, and in a recent Hartford meetup, actually in 2, I used WordPress instead of PowerPoints for slides. And that was this presentation here called Getting Started with WordPress Accessibility. And we had been using PowerPoint slides, but the idea of making the presentation in the tools that we use, I thought was really something that would work out. So I created this, and then getting, why doing this presentation is, after creating that presentation, I then enjoyed, just 2 days later, Rachel Winchester had presented on the WP Builds Page Builder Summit, if anyone attended that. And she had, coincidentally, a presentation called Death to Slide Decks, Why Your Next Presentation Needs to Be a Web Page. I'm like, little serendipity. It's like, I'm in agreement with that. Her presentation is available online. And she really, she has a different approach. Rachel's a designer. So, what's great about this is it shows the different ways you can give a presentation online. So I was kind of inspired by that. And then the word went out for Kadence Amplify, looking for speakers. And I thought, again, a nice tie-in. And so, my goal is to give some ideas on how and why you can approach presentations differently. And that could be for meetups, WordPress meetups, even, business meetings, any kind of time that you're kind of, maybe your go-to tool is Keynote or PowerPoint, that, even SlideShare and some of the other tools that are out there for building slides, that, think about how using a website, using the tools that we have, can actually give you a lot more flexibility. So that's one of the kind of the why use web page presentations, which, by the way, that's what we're looking at right now. And one is, there's a lot more flexibility. There's a lot of things that you can do, a lot more flexibility that I'm finding, and, making it easier to collaborate. Ray and I can now share, on a server, a website, when what we were doing before was creating a PowerPoint, sending it back and forth, putting it up on the screen, while then going to a browser for our demonstrations in the Hartford WordPress meetup. But being able to collaborate, easier to edit on the fly. I've actually, in a presentation, fixed things while working on things, because I've got the browser admin window open, maybe in the second monitor, or even in front of folks. I like to show people what we do, and we can build off the presentation. We're going to be doing that today and this morning, looking at what we're looking at from the back end, making things dynamic and interactive. Basically, and everybody knows, whatever you can do in your browser with a website, with web pages, is what we're talking about, can be included in an online presentation using slides. The variety of content that can be displayed, immediately shareable is a great thing. How many times are you in a presentation and then, all the questions come up, are the slides going to be available? When can I get the slides? And then, depending on how they're created, maybe a PDF is created from a WordPress presentation. So that ability to be able to say, go to that site. Right now, if you went to slides.ingersollwp.com/amplify, you will see the presentation that I'm giving right now. It is live on a website. So that, that immediate shareability is great. Works well in a variety of environments and devices. Using a mobile device is works well with a website that is already built to be responsive, which, what we're looking at with the Kadence tools and the Kadence theme, that's built in. There's some tweaking and some things, and that's kind of, you'll see in my, going forward, but it works great in a lot of environments. Even if you're indoors and you're projecting it on a screen, and I'll show later, the idea of that, if you go to dark mode, reverse the colors, it's like, oh, that will work better for indoors when you're projecting on a screen. Instead of white with a little dark, you can have that nice contrast of the lighter colored letters. So that works really well. Honestly, it's what we know, right? So if we're working in WordPress, we know how to use it. So, we develop the skills and we're practicing and knowing it instead of going off to a different tool. And, demonstrating the power of the tools that we use is I think, a great thing. So, kind of in a nutshell, the elements of my approach, all the slides are in one poster page. So we're looking at right now a WordPress post. All of these slides are just in that post. I chose to go the route of each slide is a row with a vertical height of 100%. And that allows me to just kind of pop up a slide because now it fills the screen. The title of each slide is an H2 heading, and there's a reason for that, which is a couple down points down. The slide content is built with blocks. It's all blocks. So that's, again, the tools that we know. The table of contents block is added as a sticky sidebar widget to show a list of slides. So by using the table of contents block and using the H2 advanced text block and making it an H2, my slide list over here on the side is automatically generated as I build slides because it's a table of contents block. It's a Kadence, the Kadence table of contents block does this automatically, which is great. Then once you're in, the rows can be copied to add more slides. And then we'll talk about a little bit about block patterns. And the design and styling is completely wide open, which is great. That ability to be able to, you're looking at my relatively plain approach. It works for me for a lot of what I'm doing. We can get as fancy as you need. I'm using default fonts, which work really well. So that's kind of the approach. This list, and we'll go over it in a little bit of detail. And the detail is right now. Let's take a look and start creating. So what I've done, let's make sure, yep, that's loaded, is I've created this second presentation. It's slides.ingersollwp.com build, which kind of breaks down those points that I just discussed. So in building the slide, now, by the way, this is a Kadence Lottie animation block. I'll show that on the back end. So the first step, that create the row, that is the slide. I use a 1-column row, style it for no padding, give it a top and bottom margin. I'm giving the details of what I've done here. Then the section that's inside the row, that 1 column, I gave it a border of 2 pixels, a background of color of white, the padding of 2x, and that will result in this white box here. So if we go and look at this, let's see, did that open up for us? Right there. So now on the back end, I'm looking at, this is that whole presentation in the editor. So now the slide that I was just showing you, the first step in building the slide for me was to create this row that is just basically a white box. I went with white. You can use gradient backgrounds. You can use anything that you can do in the block, you can use in your presentation. Now what I'm going to do, and I can just show, that's the beauty, right? So I can show you the slides on the front end, or I'm looking at the same thing on the back end, which is great because now you can kind of see the things in action. So the next thing I do is I'm looking at this block, and for my choice, I wanted to go full top to bottom, as I said, to be able to kind of show one slide at a time. So what I do, I go to edit the section, go to the block options, advance, structure settings, and set the minimum height to 100% vertical. So if I click on that section, right, so that's the block that I'm editing, and then I go into advanced and structure settings. You can see, okay, let's see. Did I grab the right? The one thing you'll find if you haven't is make sure they're always grabbing the right block. I probably put it on, and I found that you can go either way with the row or the section. Yeah. So in this case, I'm looking at, oh no, remember in WordPress, in the editor, your active block is the one showing here. The one above it is to the left. So I am in the section, just as I said. I think I must be clicking on something inside. Anyway, that's where my minimum height now is set in advanced settings. In the structure settings to 100% VH. So you have the different choices here. Now you can change that. You may find that depending on how you've done your layout, you don't want it 100%. You wanted it, 80% or 50 or whatever. You can change that, but 100% is filling the screen. So that's the next step, taking that row and making it a slide. The next step is to start adding elements now to your full height row with the section inside. And now where I was showing the content in the instructions outside, now I'm inside. Now I have the slide, and here's the slide right here. And here's the elements. So the elements that I'm using, looking at our list view, which is a fantastic way. If you're not using the list view when you're building your sites, make it a habit. In fact, mine is open. Thank you, Jamie Marslin, for his video on some tips, and keeping that list view open automatically is great. It makes my work environment and workflow work well for me. So in my section, I have my advanced text. That advanced text, let's make sure I'm on the, yeah. So that advanced text is, and this is important, is an H2. The reason it's important that it's an H2 is because the table of contents block is looking for headings, and I'm going to set our table of contents block to look for H2s to build that table of contents for that post. So that's where this works really well together, because you're automatically generating based on the fact that your advanced text is set to H2. So that's my slide. That's my title. I styled it to be center. I set the size to what I wanted, the colors. Styling, completely up to you. I put in a divider here, so the space divider, just a simple line. I put in this example an image. I'm using the advanced image block that's floating right, and then I'm using the icon list. Now the icon list, Kadence block, you can use any block. Doesn't have to. None of this has to be Kadence specific, but there's benefits and pros and cons. And since this is Kadence Amplify, that's what I focused on, and that's what I use. The icon list is its own block. And one thing that's nice about the icon list is if you wanted to do something different with the icons, or make one item have a standout or whatever, you have more control over your list items. So now I've got a full slide coming back to my actual main presentation, where I am looking at the slide elements. This is and we'll show you how we got the table of contents block. But this is that slide now showing on the front end. It's a complete slide for a presentation. Now I'm back on the back end, adding a slide list to the sidebar. So that we'll get into that, where I'll show you under appearance widgets, setting the sidebar, a table of contents block, styling that block, and again, making that table of contents block look at H2. So I'll do that I'm going to open up a new tab. By the way, when I'm done at the end of the day, I'm closing 50 tabs at least. Probably a lot of other folks are too. So if I go to appearance widgets, we're in a classic theme, so we're still looking at things like widgets. And here's my sidebar 1. And in my sidebar 1, I've already added the table of contents block. This is the table of contents block. It is in the Kadence block package. And I've set this, I've got it H2 and H3. I don't use H3. I can just set the allowed headers. The headings that it's going to, the headings that it's going to look to put in that list is controlled by the allowed headers choices. You can go as deep as you want. Set the styling, which might, the font size for the title, the list, and so on. So again, like any other block, you've got a lot of the control here. I've got no padding on this. A little bit of margin at the top to move it down. You can control all this, but this is now sitting in the sidebar. So now I have, what's neat is, even though it's in the sidebar, it's reading the content of the post, so it works. And if you have multiple presentations, you just have to use that sidebar, and the table of contents will always work for the post of slides, or you could do a page of slides that correspond. So those slides will show up in the table of contents, even though it is but one widget or block put into a widget area on the back end. So that widget area is there, and to see that, now I'm back onto the front end. Yep. And if I go to let me go to the edit the post. So if I go to edit the post and now go to post settings, this is where we'll see the different ways that you can share the post. So you can set it in default. And again, maybe I'm assuming a lot of folks are familiar with this, but this is how I'm using it here. So I'm putting the table of contents using that right sidebar. My default is sidebar 1. You could choose it, but that's the default, and that's where I'm showing it over here on on the right. Now, one thing I forgot to mention that's really important is in, if I remember where it is, so sidebar. In the sidebar settings, now I'm drawing a blank on where it is. There's a place where you set it to be sticky. Hannah, if you're there, do you remember where that is? Huh. Scroll settings, right there. And that is the thing that makes this, while I'm scrolling or clicking, it makes your table of contents lock in on the right side, because again, in the Kadence theme, this is specific to Kadence, and there's different ways to do it. There are sticky blocks that can be put into things, but what's great about Kadence is built in. We have, actually, that's scroll settings. Did I miss it again? It's here. I will come back to that, but there is definitely a setting. It's one little click to make the sidebar sticky. I'll come back to that. Apologize for not having that on the top of my head. Getting back to then that full list, keep an eye on the time. We now move down to, oh, I probably have it right here on my next slide. That's so typical me. Show or hide the sidebar. That's what I just showed you. Setting the control in post settings, style the sidebar in customer, just as we said. Then we go to building your presentation. Is just a matter of, and I'm still now on the editor, you come to your row. If I duplicate that row, I now have a new slide, and I can just, new slide, new content. And so now if I update my presentation, this is where I now have that new slide just happens automatically. And here's where the table of contents, pulling that dynamic content, just puts the slide where I want it. It's the right height. It's got what we need. I just sloppily put in some of this content, that type of thing. But here's the other thing about duplicating the rows. You could do it right in the editor. But where it gets really neat is if you save completed rows for easier use. I am able to do it in the Kadence Cloud, and I've also done it using a custom block pattern. I'm not a developer. There's some really good plugins that you can use that make block patterns as custom post types, and then they go into a library that you can pull down from. And what that does is it allows you then to just a slide is now a block pattern, and you can pull it as you need it. So when you build it and you like it, you can save it to, if you're using Kadence Cloud, to your cloud server. Make a copy, put it up in the cloud in your Kadence Cloud, and then call it anytime you want. And I'll show you that right now. So if I go to this row, and then I'll remove that because I don't need it. But now say I'm over here and I want to add a new slide. I can go to my design library. My design library is now connected to my Kadence Cloud. So here's Ingersoll Kadence Cloud. And now I have different, say I want a new title slide. I just clicked on that, and that brought in basically a block pattern that's saved up into the Kadence Cloud. And now I have this, a title slide that I want. And then say right after that, I want to go and add a big, what I'm calling a big quote slide, and it's all laid out just the way I laid it out earlier with, the title. This is an H2 and an advanced text, the divider that I'm using consistently. But this pattern just has a big quote. It's almost like go into your PowerPoint and look at your slide master, and you could see the different. You could do the same type of things. If you created a table slide that you like and you want to save it and call it back up for future presentations and all. So what's great is over time, as you build this library, whether you're saving it into a Kadence cloud, putting it into a side presentation, or saving it as a block pattern, you could just call those up and then build things more and more quickly. You just bring it in, and now it's feeling more like the slide softwares that we're kind of used to, where you bring up a template and sort of fill in the blanks, with the ability to just really, you know, kind of go crazy on how you know, develop and continue to style and things going forward. So that's the build. That's the pieces that go into the build. I don't know if there's any questions on that when I get back to it. I can show you some interesting things in terms of even experimenting and stuff. So if there are any questions, you know, we'll gather them up. We're good on time. So moving forward, and this is for me, and what I want to do is keep using WordPress and Kadence for slide presentations, continue to tweak the design for optimal creation process. And that means, you know, again, continuously improving not only, you know, the look and the workflow I get, that so I get the look that I want. Working on fluent type photography for greater flexibility. So for example, if I were to look at this presentation, let me see if I could do this real quick. As if I were on a mobile device. You know, making sure that I've styled these in such a way. This is a great example of your slides become immediately available, and then making them work in a way that is better designed. You know, so you're tweaking that design, and this is where we are now moving more and more into a lot of flexibility and ease in making all of this work even more seamlessly and cleaner. Right now, it's going in and saying, okay, for a phone, use this size font and this spacing and things like that. Once you build it in a slide template or in a block pattern, and you bring it in, it makes that whole process easier, because you're saving it once and you're just copying, you're bringing in and filling in with the new content. But that, you know, making that work all the better is a goal for me. Continuing to build out that the slide block patterns, and then I will be sharing through Kadence Cloud, you know, different options for this. I mean, quite honestly, why not? You know, I'm doing it, and if folks can benefit, so sharing that information, I think is it's there. We have the tools to be able to say, hey, I've created these block patterns. I'm putting them in my Kadence Cloud. If you're using Kadence, you can hook up. I give the codes on how to hook up to that, and then you can pull those into your own presentation and start building it. And again, remember that the styling is all up to you to have control over. One thing I did want to show, and this goes into the difference between the Pro. I have not turned on the Pro tools. I'm not using any Pro blocks. I definitely don't have the Pro Kadence theme on right now. But one thing you can do is with Pro, you can go into dark mode, or I can just do it under my colors and fonts and pick a different palette. And now that same presentation, if I were to come back, I've got that same presentation in a way that, you know, this might work better if I'm, you know, in a room, and I'd probably tweak this and try it. But the idea of the white text on the dark background, and that's just choosing a different palette. In Pro, I'll have a little dark mode button in the bottom corner to use. But again, that the beauty of having that already done and now just changing that with one click is pretty awesome, and something that I really like doing. You know, having that functionality and discovering more of that functionality going forward is a big part of what now making this a practice for me, and you know, for anyone else who's looking to do that. I've got a little kind of an experiments area that I'm doing. Look, so here's a presentation. I'm not right now showing the sidebar, but it's built in. I'm just hiding it. This is the Lottie block that shows Lottie files, and this is an animation that is just pulled over from Lottie website. So there's an example of you can add anything, videos, animations. We can animate the things that are coming and going. I'm not into that, but a lot of folks are, just like, making things fly across the screen. What else have I done it? So if we wanted to do anything in the experiments, we could do this. I don't know if anyone's got anything specific that they want to look at, but I'm going to be building this out, putting in a chart plug-in and putting a pie chart or a graph that's built, tables, things like that. Start building them. When I get them to a place that I think works and could work for others, I'll share it in the Kadence cloud and kind of keep coming back to it. And that's it. Let's see what else we've got. Just one last thing, in the bottom of my presentation. Let me close this. If I go to edit, one of the things that I do have too is I have got one more row. The row is using dynamic text. It's using the post title. So whatever I've titled this, so this is, for example, the experiments one. That's in a row, and then this row I gave a go under advanced, go under. I've got a CSS class called Sticky Bottom, which is a favorite name of a CSS class for me. So the Sticky Bottom class is just putting that row on the bottom. So when I'm on the page, and this might be where you put your branding and your logo, the types of things that you want always saying on the screen. So through iterations, you build and improve on it and add to your presentation. And then you start saying, hey, I'm going to lock this in. My next presentation for the Hartford WordPress meetup will be done using this. And then when we come across something we want to add, I can use that and build it into the library. So that's kind of really cool. I think that's a great way to build on using the tools that we're used to. As far as where to find me, I think the easiest place is go to ingersollwp.com. And here's yet another example of, this is simple. It's easier for me to put something in a tree of links, is what we'll call it. We'll call it a tree of links. But guess what? It is just a WordPress site. In this case, when I built this was using generate blocks buttons. Like you can certainly use Kadence, but there's so many things that we can build with the tools that we have instead of going to these third parties, and we have control over it. It's sitting on our servers, and also this is where to find the links. I actually have the link to the presentation here to Kadence Amplify. I'll put the link to the presentation and start building some of this stuff out. But Ingersoll WP to find me. I think, unless we want to go into just a little bit more experimentation and just kind of play with some things, if there's any questions, that kind of covers it. I will on the side over here make sure I know where to make the sidebar sticky. It was funny how I couldn't find that, but that happens. You're so used to seeing something and you go back to it, and once it's sort of a set it and forget it. Now to go back and show, it was like, for some reason.
Hey, I actually did find it. Yes, it's there.
Okay.
Thanks for sharing that. It's in the customizer under general.
That's where it is. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I was looking at it in the widget area, and it's part of the customizer.
It's hiding in the customizer.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. I had to, just so you know, again, in terms of iterations and process, this is a great example of, and I'll show the iteration if I can. I'm going to show my screen one more time. Go for it. If we can. So in the www1wp.com presentation that I gave, right, kind of looks the same, but on the back end, if I go to edit the page, and this I did in a page, not a post, so you can do it both. But instead of using the sidebar, this is created using a kind of a master row. It's a 2-column row, and then all the slides are then done as groups under that, within that column, and then the table of contents is set in a block to be sticky in a right side column, and it works. And folks may want to go this way, but I was like, I don't. This is now, it's kind of, it gets jumbled and all. And I said, boy, wouldn't it be great if I could just see the slides? And it was like, put the table of contents in the sidebar. Then in doing that, I tried to make it sticky, and I tried to use the option to make it sticky, and it didn't work in the sidebar. So there's a block that I've used to make things sticky in the past, and that did work. And then I did a quick search, and there it is. It's built into Kadence. Couldn't remember what it was because I just put it in there, which is under Customizer, and setting that. So again, those iterations, make it work and then refine it. I think kind of worked really well in this case. All right. Is there anything else that we can talk about? You want me to show any more? I just like this, when you're giving a presentation and somebody says, talks about something back, in our PowerPoint presentations, we ended up not showing it as a slide, but showing it in edit mode, because we were always going to the slide list
Yeah.
to go back to things. And it was like, again, using that table of contents block, using the headings, and being able to just have that there, but now in a web page, it replicated that in a much better way. So that's part of the, hey, this is why are we doing that other than habit, which I think is the most the
Such
reason
a good point.
do the things that they do.
Yeah, that was amazing. Thank you so much. I love learning things that you can do in Kadence that I'm like, I didn't even know that you could do that. And I've been working with Kadence for a long time. It's just kind of thinking outside the box. So I love that. Thank you so much.
That's it. It's looking at all the tools that are available and figuring how can I put them together, and that in this case, and that's why I thought this also could work not only for building slides, but just to get there may be similar other applications for this, again, just thinking not in terms of a web page, but what other things that we do that uses content and presents it in a certain way that we want to share. I think
totally.
Yeah.
Well, I'm curious what kind of made you start thinking like, oh, maybe I can make a presentation within WordPress, because I think a lot of people don't have that thinking. So I'm curious how you got to that point.
Yeah, honestly, it started a few years ago. There was a WordCamp that was online, and they did all the presentations in that case as a slideshow in WordPress. And I was like, well, that's obviously a great thing to do. And there is a plugin. It hasn't been updated in 3 years. There is a slide plugin that is on the repository that does it. But again, not only do we have the tools here, but now instead of kind of locking yourself into a way that slideshow plugin did slides, it's like it's just a matter of formatting and putting things. So it was like, it was a few years ago doing it, and then you get into the habits. And then we did a presentation on our favorite tools, and that was, I think, the first one. I don't know if you can see it on the screen. So this was kind of the first thing that we did under my sorely paid attention to, and now I need to go back, because now I'm doing everything in the Word. But the Hartford WordPress website that we have, as you can see if I go to the homepage of that, putting all of our presentations, I'm way out of date. But we did a presentation on some of our favorite tools. So knowing that we were going to be showing these tools directly, it was like, well, just put it on a website so we can link things to it. And that was kind of, so this whole set of the tools was just building a page that we can reference and then link out to. And then what was kind of neat with this was, again, in the effort to save time, be more efficient, whatever, I was like, is there block patterns, whatever? Well, if I edit the page of our tools presentation, everything in blocks, there is a plugin that doesn't like to load very quickly on the back end. Let me see if I'll go to the plugin list. But this plugin, basically, you put in the URL. That happens with this, and I probably got too many things open. But the plugin, all I have to do is give it the URL, and it grabs the screenshot, it grabs the title, it grabs all that stuff. So I didn't have to create all those little boxes. It was, in this case, it was a plugin that did that. So that was the start of it. Going, oh, there's so many things that we're on the fly doing. So why don't we just build it into the presentation we're doing? And then it's like, now we're, folks are used to seeing a slide. And as you saw when I gave the presentation, I don't have to click on the list. I could just simply scroll through it. But the list is a good reference. You can see where I am in the presentation. It's more interactive when I need to jump back, that type of thing. So you have a lot of ways of using it instead of going, oh, next page on a PowerPoint. I could just, I'm in it and I can scroll it and things like that. So, yeah.
So awesome. I think actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I think I remember Matt Mullenweg giving a presentation in the editor in Gutenberg back in 2019 at Say the Word, and everybody was like shocked. Like, this is Gutenberg? Because Gutenberg was had just barely started surfacing then. So
that's when I think it was. Yeah. Yeah, that's when I think it was right about that time. So
that's cool.
Yeah,
I love it.
It just, other than the fact that you need to serve it up somewhere, and there's a lot of ways you could put it on, use like a local install and put it up. Even if you don't want a website, you could put it up temporarily in like an Insta WP or a Taste WP. There's a lot of ways, but I assume most of the folks we're dealing with, this could just be a post category that you set up and have, and that's kind of how I did that here too. I haven't built that out yet, but on the back end, under my posts, and if we look at the categories, I've got a category called presentation. Now, once you have a category, then you could even specifically say, well, this is a presentation. When I'm using this presentation, use the, this particular sidebar. Maybe that's when you use sidebar too. So, again, you just build on it and keep going from there and going, you're not locked into any one way of doing it. You kind of think about it, how am I going to do it? And then you find the tools to do it. Go to the Kadence Facebook group too. And, I spend time there sharing some ideas. We talk a lot about it in the Hartford WordPress. We did a build presentation. We decided to use Kadence because, again, that was not too long after it kind of got its big not relaunch, you know what I mean? The time it all of a sudden it really hit, and with the block tools and all, and it was a great place to start for us.
So awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. We do have one question. Yeah. This is from Pascal. He said, is there any way to limit access to the slides without having to set up WP users?
To limit, well, like however you do it with any site. So any kind of restrict content plugin would work for that type of thing, if that's what we mean. Password protecting a page or a post. So again, it's whatever you would do, but you could certainly lock presentations behind some. There's many free plugins that'll allow you to restrict access and say, okay, all presentation posts can be restricted to people who are signed in at a certain level or things like that. So
yeah,
I hope that answered.
Perfect. Cool.
Okay.
Well, I think that's all we have. Peter, thanks so much for joining us. That was a great way to kickstart the day. That was so great.
Kickstart it by doing it. And
yes.
You know what I mean? Like, kind of got right into
into
the editor, including forgetting to go to the customizer versus.
That's okay. It happens all the time. I'm sure that people will watch you to be like, oh yeah, I do that all the time, because it's hard to know. There's a lot of settings, so it's very easy to forget. But
great.
But anyway, we super appreciate it.
My
thanks
pleasure.
for being here. And to everyone else watching, we'll be back at the top of the hour with, I believe, Bet is next. Bet Hannon. So see you guys soon.
Very good.
Hello, hello. Welcome back. Um, We are off to such a great start in the day. It's already been so fun, and we've only had one speaker, so I'm so excited for the rest of the day. Peter Ingersoll did a great job kicking us off, talking about how to build a presentation using Kadence. Kind of got you thinking outside the box because I don't think, at least for me, I don't typically think about building presentations within the WordPress editor, but he did a great job explaining how to do it, and now all my presentations will be made using WordPress. So if you missed that, you can go back and listen later, not now. Now I have the privilege of introducing our next speaker, Donna Botti. Donna is the owner of Dealers Incorporated, which is an award-winning agency based in the Philadelphia area. Donna and her team help her clients grow their businesses using their online presence. Dealers provides digital marketing strategy, training, and implementation, and develops websites designed to attract more clients, get better leads, and grow revenue. We love those things. Donna frequently speaks to business organizations on how to make the web work for them, writes articles on dealosinc.com website, and has been working with WordPress for over 10 years, which is amazing. She's also a WordCamp speaker and organizer, and she also enjoys hanging with her family, the outdoors, hiking with her dog, and Italian wine. Hello, Donna. I also
Hi,
love Italian
Hannah.
wine, and I love all those things, so we should be friends.
Definitely. It's good.
Thanks for being here today. I'm excited.
Well, thank you for having me. I'm excited to talk to everyone about getting better results from their websites.
Yes, amazing. I'm sure that everyone would love to hear how to do that. So I'm super excited. Well, Donna, I'm just going to turn it over to you at the end. If we have questions, I'll hop back on. And so feel free, if you're listening, to ask questions, leave them in the chat, and we'll just hold on to those and save them for the end. And Donna, if you need anything along the way, just holler and I'll be here. So
great. Thank you. Yeah, I don't think I can see the chat right now, so that's awesome. Well, thank you for having me. I'm so excited to be here to present to you, to talk about using your website to attract the right customers. Because you've got a great looking website. It's beautifully designed. Kadence does a wonderful job with the great templates and things like that. But why is nobody coming to your website and buying from you? So that's what we're going to go through, a bunch of little tips today on how to get that happening. And I just feel like one of the reasons that we have to compete in this world. I don't know if you feel like this, but we are bombarded with messages all day long. So the challenge for us is, how do we break through that noise and get people to pay attention to what we are offering? And so what I'd like to do today is to give you a whole bunch of different tips and tricks that will help you in that way. And hopefully they're going to be actionable things that you can do. Some of it you may have already covered, which is great and wonderful. Some of it are going to be some new things that are going to be something to help you move forward. If there's anything, I'm going to kind of give you a preview of, the end in mind, is that what I want you to do is to take a fresh look at your website through the eyes of your ideal customer, because they're the ones that are going to come to you and purchase from you or sign up for whatever you're offering. So with that said, it's really important that we start with the right foundation. And there's two aspects of the right foundation. There is the technical aspect of your website, and then there is the marketing aspect of the website. So in the technical aspect, and I'm not really going to spend a lot of time on the technical aspects, but I do want to mention a few basics here, because you can have the greatest content and messaging in the world, but if people don't find it usable or Google doesn't index it, it's not going to help you. So I'm looking at, what does Google want? And why do I say Google? Well, they're the largest search engine, but also let's look at the business that they are in. They make their money primarily from advertising. So they want your eyeballs so they can show you ads. But you won't go to their site if they don't provide you with the information that you're looking for, and it's not a good experience. So the technical factors relate more to the experience of the website than your content. And you could say that there's really 3 key things that Google is looking for there. They have a lot more technical terms for it, but basically mobile usability is so important because there is more traffic today on mobile devices than on desktop devices. And the mobile experience is really important. So that means things like, do I have to pinch and zoom? Are my links so close together that the resolution of my finger hits 3 of them at one time? Or maybe you've had this experience. You're in the middle of reading an article and the page just jumps somewhere else. And so, that's a shift, a layout shift, and Google penalizes those things in what they're looking at. So mobile experience is so important because that's how your customers are finding you for the most part. We have a number of clients whose sites are like 85% mobile traffic. So you really want to optimize for mobile and especially speed on mobile, because what happens when it takes too long to load a site? We hit the back button and we go look for somewhere else. I'm sure you might have done that as well. Your potential customers are doing that too. And Google's data shows this. So speed, especially on mobile, is a big technical consideration. It's a few years old now, but Amazon did a study that found for every 100 milliseconds of latency or delay that they lost 1% in sales. And Google's research also found that a half a second increase in page load time increases the bounce rate by 20%. So we want people to stay on our site. And then the third big area is security. That's making sure that you have that lock icon, you're using SSL, that you're keeping WordPress and your plugins up to date, and that you're not vulnerable for malware. So Google measures some of these things, calling what Core Web Vitals, and I'm not really going to get into the technical details of that, but I do have a quick few technical tips for you in making sure that your website hits these things. The first one is fast, reliable hosting, because cheap hosting can actually be really expensive if it costs you business because people don't come there. So fast, reliable hosting is important. Lightweight, secure themes and plugins is also important because these can have a major impact on speed and also reliability. Now, fortunately, Kadence is a great choice in this area as they take the speed and the security really seriously, and they are lightweight and performant in their products. So I do like to use them in that regard. You also want to be selective in the amount of plugins that you add. Just because you can add a plugin doesn't mean you should. They slow down the site oftentimes, and if they're not well coded, they can be a security risk. So we have an audit service that we run for people to look at best practices, and we often find that people have multiple plugins that do the same exact thing. They have plugins installed that they're not even using. They're not kept up to date, and I think one of the records that we had going is a site had 59 plugins in it, and that one site took over 40 seconds to just load the homepage. And so that was problematic because people were hitting the back button left and right. Nobody wants to wait that long to find out the hours of your business, for example. So those are just a couple of the technical things. What I really want to focus on is the marketing aspect, because your website is your online front door. And as consumers today, we're all researchers. We want to be able to find everything about you online and interact with you, even if ultimately we're going to go visit you locally in person. So it's really important that you integrate your online presence with your real life presence. And for many businesses, The way that you get more customers and repeat business is by building relationships with those customers. And so what I want you to think about in terms of your marketing to a broader audience online is that your marketing is about building relationships with more people at one time. So I often hear from people, though, that I don't have a lot of time to create content. I don't know what to say. I've tried all these different things and nothing is working for me. And that's because you're probably doing what I like to call random acts of marketing. Okay, just say no to these. Random acts of marketing at best are going to give you random results. You really have to have a plan. So what I'm going to do today is go through a bunch of different elements that will make your website more effective in getting you more clients and better leads and more revenue. So some of these, like I say, you may have them covered and some of them you don't. And let's talk about a few of those. My slides are advancing on their own here. So the first thing that I want you to think about is, what is the business that you want more of? You want to focus your efforts there, because you might do a whole lot of different services or products. You may only do one thing, but you might have certain customers that you rather work with. This is where a majority of your effort on your website, your search engine optimization, and your content should be focused. It's very important to know that, you don't have to put everything out there about your business. This is your business. You are deciding the trajectory of it, where you want to go. So you are free to edit your messaging to fit the business that you want to attract. You can mention other services or leave them out entirely. It's perfectly okay. It's kind of like when I tell people, like, your LinkedIn as a business person is not a resume. Edit out anything that's not relevant. This is not your job interview. This is a vehicle to help present what type of business you want more of. And your website is the same. So for example, our marketing services clients, sometimes we'll do occasionally a print ad or some other printed material for them, but I don't mention that anywhere on our site, and I really don't want more of that type of business. As a matter of fact, if you are our client and you have a large amount of that business, I'm recommending to someone else that they do the print stuff for you. Just because we might do it doesn't mean we want to attract more of it. And so think about that with your business. And as part of that, just like you don't want to focus your marketing on all parts of your business as opposed to the business you want to grow, not everyone is your customer. So, we often talk about getting better leads. And we had a client that we started working with, and we had changed around a bunch of their messaging and their content. And believe it or not, the result was they started getting significantly less calls. However, at the end of the day, the total number of new clients they got and the amount of revenue they got actually increased on that reduced number of calls. So not only did they get more business, but they saved a bunch of time by not talking to people who were never going to be their customer anyway, because it wasn't the right fit. And that's what this chart illustrates. I like this gear metaphor, if you will, because you can see if one of them is out of alignment, it's just not going to work as good as it is. So your audience is, who is your ideal client? Not everyone is your client. And when you try to talk to everyone, you end up talking to no one. I was just talking to a potential client right before I got on the call here, and she's like, well, my area, it's a niche of a niche of a niche. It's a really targeted process. I'm like, that makes your marketing so much easier, because we are so good at tuning out anything we feel like is not relevant to us. We only pay attention to what resonates with us. So your message has to resonate with your audience. What problems do they have? How are you addressing these problems? And then your product or your service has to fit that message. So all these things really need to work together. And this is the core of what it is. You know, if your message doesn't speak directly to your audience, they're going to ignore it. If your product or service doesn't solve the problem of the audience that you have attracted, either you've got the wrong audience or you've got the wrong product. If your message doesn't match your offering, but the message resonates, people are not going to buy. So this is a super important write it down point, because everything on your website should be designed and worded from the point of view of what your ideal client needs. And that means not how you organize your business. So let me give you an example that we've seen. The company sells cookware, and they represent several different manufacturers. So they stock, they get pricing, they store inventory, by the manufacturer, they deal with it. That's how they're thinking about their product lines and everything they want to do. And that isn't, though, the best way to organize and present what they do on their website. Some consumers might shop by looking for a particular brand, but most of their clients are looking for something very specific. So if I need a new roasting pan and you make me search 8 different manufacturers sections of the website to see who has roasting pans, what the price is, and if it's in stock, I'm probably going to go to another site where the search is more convenient. And this is what I mean by thinking about it, turning it around, and pretend that you are a customer in your business. Right away, your homepage and the information should be very clear that this is for you if know who your client is, know what their problems and desires are, and know your value, how you solve their problem or meet their desire. That should be right up at the top of the page. The client you want more of, who is that client? Think about your current clients. And then sometimes it's a lot easier to think about, I don't want to work with this kind of client. Well, you know, put your messaging in there that discourages them. You don't need to talk to people that you don't want to work with. So right at the top of the page. So I went and took a look at the Kadence right at the top of the page for an example of this, and I thought they actually did a really great job. It is very clear what Kadence does and who it is for. You know, it's about what they can do for me. It's going to allow me to create beautiful websites. I want a beautiful website. It's going to be easy. Yes, I want it to be easy. Oh, I'm going to be able to do it quickly. Yes, I want quickly as well. Oh, and there's templates and I could edit it. And there's new pages, that like a library of things. This sounds like something that I want. So right away, they know that. So I have a mentor who says, and I don't even know if it's her own saying or if she got it for somewhere else, but it's better to be clear than clever. Sometimes we see, you know, the homepage is trying to be all, oh, here's like there's mountains and people camping, and you know, there's a beautiful like esoteric get what you want in life, and like you like scroll down the page at the very bottom and you find out they're an accounting firm. Well, you know, it has to be clear. Clever is okay, clear is much, much better. Plus, it's easier to do clear, right? So here's an action item for you. What do people see when they first come to your website? Are you speaking directly to the business that you want, the client that you want, and the problems they have and how you solve them? So take a look at that and see if you can't figure that, right? So here's something else that should be on your site. Where's the proof? How do they know it works? You know, you should have testimonials, reviews, data to back up, because your audience wants to know, are you trustworthy? Are you reliable? Do you do what you say? And so this is a must-have on your website. Now, personally, I like to see you sprinkle your reviews and testimonials throughout the site. If I'm reading about a particular product or service, and then like there's a call out box, a nice call out box right in the middle of that has a testimonial for that service, that is much more impactful than having a separate testimonials page off somewhere. People don't go to those as often, and there's no context for it. So it's much better, and you don't know which pages they're going to come see. Maybe I just came in and saw a great blog article that you've written, or I'm just on your homepage. So rather than having a page called testimonials, and because when we look at the analytics, we don't see as many people going and seeing to those pages. The other thing that you want to do is, are they up to date? This is an area where good systems come into play. You know, as part of the daily interactions you do with clients, is there a process on follow-up and asking for the review? Sometimes people, you know, come to us and they go, we just got like 15 great reviews and Google is not showing them. Well, because you haven't posted a review in 2 years, and now you've posted 15 of them, and you probably won't get around to this again for another 6 months. Google assumes you've bought those. Consistent things over time, and updating your website with a little bit of consistency over time, even if your core messaging hasn't changed, is good too. It's a signal to Google that, hey, these people are still around in business. They're doing stuff. There's nothing worse than going to a website and finding like the latest thing on there is an event from 2019. It's on it. You have to question, especially post-pandemic, are they still around? So have a process in place for a lot of this stuff is going to make it easier for you, but reviews is one area, and it's important to cover that. The other thing that's really important is, what do you want me to do next? Too often we see that people expect the user or the visitor to the website to figure out what the next steps are. Again, don't assume that people will figure it out. You know, one of the mistakes we see that people make with using Google Ads is they write a very specific ad for certain keywords, and they've got a very specific problem they're solving or product they're pitching. But then the ad directs them to the homepage of the website where there's 10 other things. The offer in the ad isn't there. And, you know, we don't have time to figure that out. You're going to make us hunt and pace. Make it easy for your viewers to know what you want them to do. It's also a good idea to set expectations for how people work with you. What does the process look like? Because we're all researchers now. We just want to know everything before we call someone, before we contact them. I've seen some stats that says people are 80% through the buying process before they will actually contact someone, because they're considering and researching. And we'll talk a little bit more about the buyer's process journey in a little bit. So what do you want me to do next? I am going to recommend to you that you put an increased emphasis on building your list and getting the data, especially with the all the data privacy things. Tracking cookies in Google in theory are going away. First-party data is more important than ever. First-party data is people that you can contact on your terms. And so you can get different types of traffic to your website. You can get paid traffic, which paid traffic can work really, really well. When you stop paying, the traffic stops coming though. You can get organic traffic because you've got a great ranking blog post, or you're coming up in search for your area for what you do. You can get social traffic from social media. But your goal on the website should be to convert that traffic into owned traffic, which typically today is an email address that you can contact those people on a regular basis to nurture them along the way. Not everybody is ready to buy immediately. You might not have the situation where you have, like people come to your site, they add to cart, they buy. Typically, you need to have the building know, like, and trust, and you don't want to rely on them randomly coming back to your website again. You want to have them sign up for something and, get something from you so that you can regularly have communications with them to build that know, like, and trust so that they do ultimately buy. There is a saying, the money is in the list, right? Now, many people think, I don't know what to say. I don't know how to say it. I don't have time to figure it out. If I were to call you or visit your store or start asking questions about your product or service, not in a million years are you going to respond to me, I'm sorry, I can't talk to you because I don't have content. You have content. You have content that you are using every single day, right? What are you already telling people? I love the 3 times rule. If you have found yourself telling the same story or providing the same information to 3 or more people, that is content for your website because there's a wider audience that is interested in that information. If you have certain stories you use that try to help build relationships about, how you work or what you do or the particulars about your product and stuff, that when you tell people, like, their eyes light up, you should be telling the world about that on your website and using that same content there. So you want to make it a part of your processes, right? Do you have a team meeting? Hey, what questions are we getting all the time this week? I'll give you an example with something that we do in WordPress. So we have clients and somebody may call us and say, I forget how to add something to the menu. I haven't done that in a long time. Well, someone's going to make them a really quick video on how to do it. And we're going to send them that. And so they can replay it and they see it. And it's a minute long. It's not something that's a big thing. But we're going to put that on our website then, because other people are going to find it. It's going to go on our YouTube channel. And then when somebody calls later with the same question, we have a ready-made link. So it's actually helping us in customer service. Oh yeah, here's exactly what you need to do. Here's the information. So what are you already doing? What are the questions people are already asking you? This is core strategic content for you. And this is the type of information which is going to attract customers to your website and also give your current customers a better experience. So there's some other really simple basics that you ought to be covering, and that is make it easy to do business with you. We love convenience today. We want to do everything online. If it's 10 o'clock at night and I want to do something, I don't want to have to I have to call them tomorrow during business hours. I'm busy. I want to get what I want right now. When we do call, we want phone numbers on mobile to be clickable. We want to make sure that you have your hours and they're up to date. You want maps if you have an in-person business. Can I schedule an appointment with you? I love the person that cuts my hair. It drives me insane that I cannot schedule that appointment online because I'll be thinking about it on a Monday night at 10 o'clock and they're not open. And leaving a message means back and forth on calling, make it easier. I have been seeing her for years and years and years. And so that's why I'm loyal. But if I was looking for a new person, like a new customer, I would go somewhere else where I could do it more conveniently. Do you have forms that people can fill out? Can people order online? Even if they maybe pick up locally in store? All of these things. Take a look at your website. Pretend you are a customer. You know the process people go through when they buy from you. Especially look at it on the phone. How easy is it to do business with you? So that's an important one right there, and a number of things that you can check. Now, we want you to measure it because you need to do more of what is working. Now, you don't have to be an expert in all of these things, but you should know enough to evaluate whether or not it's working and to know what you're looking at, especially if you're going to hire this out to something. I've had people come to me in the past and say, I'm spending $2,000 a month on SEO right now. And so in my conversation with them, I'm like, oh, great. Is it working? I don't know. Like, well, what do you mean you don't know? Well, they kind of send a report every month, but I don't understand whether anything's on it. And I don't really know if I'm getting more business to it. And I'm thinking, why are you investing that money if you don't know the return? Investing in marketing can be wonderful. It can 10x your return on what you've spent in terms of the business, but you have to be able to measure it. And so some of the basic things that you can look at for measuring are to make sure that you set your site up with Google Analytics. So you're seeing, how much traffic you're coming to the site, which pages people are going to. Google Search Console is going to tell you what is indexed, what queries people are doing to come to your site. It's always funny to see how people are sometimes surprised at what Google thinks their site is about, right? So, if it's not what you think it should be about, that's a signal to you that your content is not the right content because Google can't figure out what the right content is. They're picking some random thing off of your site. We had a travel agent we worked with for a while who's like, number one thing was like candles that smell like Disney. It's kind of like, okay, that's really nothing to what we do, and it wasn't bringing in any business at all related to travel, but that's the thing because the other types of content weren't there on the site. That's what was happening. So track how many, form submissions, how many calls are you getting? Are you growing your list? And if you're emailing your list, are people engaging with it, or are they unsubscribing? If you're running a campaign on tracking very carefully, like if it's an ad campaign, where are people falling off? I caught a little bit of the funnel presentation that Maestro is doing. You've got every single piece that funnel can be optimized so that you can figure out where can we improve. So it's an iterative process that you want to improve over time. But if you're not measuring the things that you're trying to improve, how will you know if it's working? So now, in all of my time working with clients to get them, the ones who have the best results, and what we have found again and again and again is that consistency builds traction. So you have to get a plan on the calendar. You have to understand, I've talked about a lot of different things to look at, and you go, oh my God, we need 10 new pages of content on our services because they're not right. Okay. You can't wait to do them, or you can't make it such a big job that 10 have to be done all at one time. If you think that all I can do is maybe focus on optimizing one page per month or one article of frequently asked questions per month, at the end of the year, you're going to have 12 new pages of good core strategic content and do it that way. So I can't emphasize enough that with your updating of the website, with your emailing people, with your getting review, everything is consistency and making it a part of your regular processes. Because if at the end of the day, you say, I'm going to get to marketing later, or I'm going to treat my website and my email list and my social media all as separate silos, you're not going to have enough time. You've got a business to run that is not all about this. So, it seems like a lot, but my other favorite thing is that you have to actually take action, but there is this importance of small steps. I'm not sure. Someone had sent me this graphic a long time ago. I use it all the time because I just love it. The one guy with the little steps is up at the top of the clouds, reaching all of his goals, and the other person is still standing at the bottom thinking, this is too big, I can't do it. You just want to start somewhere. You can do it. And so I have a couple of take action steps that I think would be good for you to take as a result of this, because it's all wonderful to learn about this stuff, but I actually want you to implement it so that you get some results and can start growing your business. So a couple of things. First off, the distance between goals and reality is called action, right? I'm a big fan of James Clear on Atomic Habits. One of the things that he said in that book that has always struck with me is that that winners and losers oftentimes have the same goals. What's the difference? It's what they do. So what are a couple of quick actions that you can do? And first one would be first impressions. Take a look at your homepage. Are you really talking about the people who are your ideal client and how you help them? As soon as they come to that site, do they go, oh, this is me? That's what you want. And then what about you? So especially for small businesses, people like to do business with people. And one of the things we've seen in analytics time and time again is that after the homepage, the most often visited pages for many people is their about page or their team page. I want to know who's behind all this. So take a fresh look at that and take a fresh look at it, not as, oh, this is my resume, through the eyes of what you do for those ideal clients and how you help them get to their goals, solve their problems, or reach their desires. The other thing you should do is a content audit, taking a look at, what it is that you have on your site that answers those questions you have all the time. And I want you to think about something called the buyer's journey. I thought I had a slide on that, and apparently I do not, or maybe it's hidden in my presentation. I don't know at this point, but the buyer's journey is the process that we all go through when we figure out, oh, I want to do something, or, oh, I got to solve this problem. We start doing a bunch of research. Do other people have this problem? What are the different ways to solve this problem? How can I do this? Then they start doing considerations. Well, who does this? What are the different options? How much does it cost? Who do I go to? And then they start to evaluate, well, who should I go to? That's decision time. And then you have the experience of buying itself. Again, how easy are you making it for someone to do business with you? Or are they hitting the back button and finding someone else that's more convenient? So think about the process your buyers go through, because there's content they're looking for at each of these stages and even after the sale, right, for support. What content do you have in each of those? Get on a calendar, identify what's missing that will resonate, and you'll know it's resonate because you've told that story 3 or more times, or you've answered that question a bunch of times already, and get it there. The other thing is about getting names. Are you building your list? Is that a prominent thing on your website? Did you have some sort of a lead magnet that somebody could do, or a coupon, or a form to call me right now? Can I schedule that appointment online? And then to have a plan, because you've identified a bunch of stuff, to get this updated. And so one of the things that I do have for you, if you are interested in downloading this, it's your quick steps to creating content that gets clients. It's how to create this plan and to actually get a process going that is manageable, that will create your business. And I will put that in the Kadence Facebook group as well. But and then there is my contact information if anyone is interested in has any questions. I think that's my presentation at this point. Hannah?
Awesome. Thank you so much, Donna. That was amazing. Honestly, I want everybody to listen to that. There were so many powerful tools, and I can't tell you. I've done support for a long time, and I can't tell you how many times I just wish I had a resource like your presentation and just be like, here, just listen to this and actually do what she says. So
there's a
thank you
lot
so
in
much.
there, but like, and again, don't get overwhelmed
Yeah,
by it. But you know, you may
totally.
be like, oh, I'm doing this, but wait, I should be doing this too. I mean, we've just found
Mhm.
over and over again, there's certain things that work, and that
Yeah.
fresh eyes looking at it like your customer is the biggest thing. Sometimes it's hard to turn around and get out of our own heads in our business, but
That's so true. Yeah, but I love your small steps analogy. That's so great because
yeah.
it does. It can feel daunting to have to take these massive leaps, but when it's small steps, it's like, okay,
Right. I
I
was
can do
in a
it.
call yesterday, and I think we were using Canva. Canva, when you're saving or something, like if someone was screen sharing, puts up like a little proverb, like a little quote or something. And
Uh-huh.
there was four of us on the call, and the quote, we all remarked on the quote that come up, and it was like, "Do not be afraid of going slow. Be
Huh.
afraid of standing still."
That's good. I love that. That's a perfect, seems like a perfect quote to conclude on today. Cool. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Donna. It doesn't look like we have any questions in the chat right now, but if you want to reach out to Donna, her, let me pull her contact back up here. There's her info, and then you can also find her in the Cadence Community Facebook group. So, yeah, Donna, thank you so much.
Thank
Next
you for
up
having me.
on the hour, we have Jake Pfohl joining us. Yes, of course. Yeah, Jake Pfohl will be here at 9. What is her website? It's there. Somebody asked what her website was, but it's listed right there, daylesync.com. So yeah, grab another cup of coffee and we will see you at the next hour. Donna, thank you so much.
Thank you. It's great being here.
Bye. Welcome back. We are so glad that you're here joining us. If you were in our previous session, then you heard Donna Botti give an incredible presentation on using your website to attract the right customers. She had so many powerful nuggets in there. So if you missed it, I highly, highly recommend going back and listening. So many steps on just taking small actions to make your website more powerful, which is what we all want. So she's amazing. Next up, I'm so excited for our next speaker. We have Jake Pfohl here with us. Jake is based out of Dubuque, Iowa, and he recently quit. As in recently, I mean like maybe today, quit his 9-to-5 software engineering job so he can go full-time as an entrepreneur to help others build fast, profitable websites with WordPress and Kadence. Jake has been using Kadence theme since its early release in 2020. And lately he's been focusing on creating wireframe templates, using Kadence Cloud to help others build websites 10 times faster that look beautiful and make money. And we love those things. Jake's also a dear friend of mine. He's become a dear friend of mine, a great friend to Kadence. And we are just so excited to have him. So let me bring him on. Hi, Jake.
Hey.
How's it going?
I'm doing well. How are you? Oh, sorry, it cut out.
I'm
it
doing
cut out
good.
there. I don't know if there's
So is today your last? Oh, no.
Yeah.
Shoot,
So today, today is
congrats on quitting your 9-to-5.
Yeah. Today is literally my last full day at my 9-to-5. So I am unbelievably excited to be going full time and able to teach so many others how to create fast, profitable websites, which is something I've been building for the last 3 years. So I'm extremely excited to get into it.
So cool. Well, it seems like a perfect way. This is like the perfect way to kickstart your jump out of the 9-to-5 world into teaching us all how to build fast websites. So thanks for being here. Cool. I will just hand things over to you. If you need anything, let me know. But
sounds good. All right. Thank you so much, Anna. All right. Hey, everybody. I'm so excited to be here. I'm just going to give a little bit of background. I know Hannah shared a little bit of that, but I started blogging back in 2014. I created a kind of tech-based blog. It was called Crambler at the time, and I literally started writing about pretty much anything that I was interested in. So it was about WordPress, it was about technology, music, all sorts of things. And I had no idea what I was doing. And I somehow got the blog up to about 30,000 visitors every single month within a couple of years. But I had no idea how to monetize it or do anything with that. And so I ultimately kind of just I let it go, I guess, in a way. I kind of just let it do its thing. And eventually, kind of in that time, I was starting to see that my page speed on my website was just atrocious. It was like so slow. And I was looking at analytics, and my average page speed time, like load time, was 17 seconds on my site, which is just absolutely crazy. And that was the fully loaded time. I mean, people would start to see something around like 5 or 6 seconds. But if you've ever been on a slow website, you know that, you go to load up the page, it just shows like a white screen while it's loading. And what do? You just back out and you go to the next site. So I was just losing thousands of, visitors every single month in doing that. And I was actually using Elementor at the time. Well, I guess I started out with the X theme, which was using the Cornerstone page builder, which kind of goes way back. And then I knew that I had to do something about it. So I actually switched over to using the Astra theme at the time. And I was using Elementor as a third-party page builder. And despite using that, I liked the ease of use a little better, but I still was seeing pretty bad slow times. It had improved some, but then I was like, I have to do something about this page speed. And it was like right around that time that the Kadence theme, the modern Kadence theme that as you know it today, came out. And I saw it from Adam Preiser. He had made a video on it. And I was like, this thing is absolutely amazing. Like, I have to get in here. It's everything that I've been hoping for to have in a theme. And so I installed it. I got playing around with it. I switched over to it. And that was the time that I started going all in on block-based building within WordPress, just using the WordPress block editor. It's also known as Gutenberg. And my page speed, after using, fast hosting, and I had a super lightweight theme, which was the Kadence theme, which had a ton of customization features on it. The free Kadence theme had more customization features than most of the paid themes that I had been using. And, then I put a proper caching plugin on there, and my page speed was way, way faster at an average page speed of 2 seconds at that time. So I went from 17 seconds to 2 seconds using that whole stack. And so I really started to go all in around like end of 2019, early 2020. And I started my website, Start Blogging 101, which you see on my screen here. And that's when I just decided I was going to teach everybody how to create fast, profitable websites based on all of the years of experience that I had building and growing a blog and things like that. And so that's when I got started out. I've been building that for the last 3 years now. And just recently, which I'll get into a little bit here, I started going all in on building wireframe templates for people using the power of Kadence Cloud, which is an absolutely incredible product that was released by the Kadence team. And so it's just been so exciting. I've been building it for the last 3 years. And as Hannah said, this is my last full day at my software engineering job. I'm going full time with being an entrepreneur and teaching others like you how to do the same thing that I've been doing over the past 3 years. So I'm super excited to get into it. If you have any questions, there will be a Q&A at the end. Otherwise, just feel free to add some in the comments, and I'll try to get to them as many as I can here. But yeah, I've been featured on Kadence's website. Adam Onfroy, he has a really great blogging course that teaches people affiliate blogging. Jasper, which is a Jasper AI, it's a AI copywriting tool, and a few other sites. And so I'm super excited just to share my knowledge with you all today. So anyway. I just wanted to show you, I don't really have any slides or anything. We're just going to kind of get right into it. No smoke and mirrors or anything. Like, I just like getting in, like, let's just start a new website. Let's show you how you can build websites, so much faster with wireframe templates and things like that. In building websites for like friends and family, I'd go in and, I would create a hero section. I'd start building it out, and I knew how to do it. But I'd build it out, and then I'd build like a three content box section below it to like, showcase services or products or whatever it might be. And I found that I was doing the same exact thing, building the same thing on every website. And I was like, man, it'd be so awesome if I had a way to take these templates that I'm building, these blocks that I'm building, and give them out to other people. And so that they could literally just import these on their website. They don't have to build this all themselves. They're all mobile optimized. That's one of the biggest pieces, is like making sure that everything looks good on mobile and tablet and desktop, and that they all flow together well. And then it was like, I think 2021, Kadence Cloud came out, and I was so excited because I was able to take all of these things that I kept building for people's websites, throw them into a cloud library. And that's when I started Start Blogging Blocks. So that's this website right here. We have currently about 250 wireframe templates available for people, and we're growing super, super fast. It was released in April of last year, and so it's not even a year old, and we have over 1,800 users already. It's just crazy how the amount of support that people have been showing. And I'm so excited to show you how I have built this Kadence Cloud library and the templates that are used so that you can start to build websites so much faster. And we're going to go through your whole website. I'm going to teach you how to do, landing pages with hero sections, content sections, pricing tables, things like that. I'm going to show you how to build affiliate blog posts that sell. So, having a blog on your website that brings in organic traffic through Google is one of the best ways to make passive income online. And I have built so many blocks. That's like my specialty, is building blocks and things for affiliates that are conversion focused and help you build revenue on your website and get sales. And then I'm even going to show you, your footer of your website, how you can swap that out, and even your sidebar. So we're going to be covering kind of all aspects of building your website here. And so I guess real quick, if you do want to get, we do have a number of free templates to get you started. We have templates in almost every single category, including hero sections, content sections, different affiliate blocks, and things like that. So if you do go to startbloggingblocks.com and you scroll down, there will be a form that you're able to fill out, and this will give you, all you have to do is bring it, or put in your first name and your email, and your free license key will be immediately sent to you. And so you can get started with all these templates for free. So let's get right into it here. I'm going to show you this website here. As a little teaser, we are also working on Start Blogging themes. It's going to be a set of child themes for people. I am so excited. This is something that I have been waiting to release. So getting the blocks out there and now getting full child themes out there. So I threw this whole website together in about an hour using the templates. But what's going to be even more amazing is you're going to be able to import this entire website, all the customizer settings, all of the pages, the footer, the sidebar, sample blog posts, like everything is going to be able to be imported within 30 seconds using the Kadence Child Theme Builder. And so we're getting that bundled up. This, I don't have an exact ETA, but we're getting very close on getting our first child themes built. This is the first one that we have available. We're currently designing and developing even more right now. And so this website right here, I just have it called Amplify, for Kadence Amplify right now. And it's just this is a perfect child theme for kind of having a minimalistic type of blog. So, you have your hero section here. You have a couple of different content boxes. You have a CTA headline here that calls out important information with a call to action button. You have a little bio about you. You have some recent articles. You can link to your newsletter name. And then you have a footer at the bottom here. And then with this about page here, you can have a picture of yourself, a little bit about you, your experience that you have, different follow links if people want to follow you on socials. Then we have a blog page here. So this blog page has using a Kadence form to help collect leads or get people to sign up for your newsletter. We have different articles. This is like all your blog articles. And as you can see, everything is just placeholder images. So like it's super nice because then all you have to do is just swap that out with whatever you're using and it'll all work perfectly. So here are like some sample blog posts. And so these sample blog posts are like these full blog post outlines that you'll have on your website and will be ready to go. And we even have some AI prompts in there, which I'm super excited to show you later to help you build and write your blog posts so much faster than you were before. So you have your articles listed here, and then there's a little newsletter page here with another call to action for signing up for your newsletter, what's inside and things like that. So we're working on these. We're getting these wrapped up and kind of bundled together. So I'm excited about that. Let's just get into this website here. I will just say that to get started with everything, all you have to do, so I'm using the Kadence theme. So if I just go to Appearance Themes here, I just have the free Kadence theme installed. I am using Kadence Theme Pro and Kadence Blocks Pro on this website for a couple of awesome features that I'll show you here. And then for plugins, if you want to get started with Start Blogging Blocks template, every single template that we have right now is using the free version of the Kadence Blocks plugin. So you don't even need Kadence Blocks Pro to use any of them. We are building some templates that are using Kadence Blocks Pro, but those will be specified as such. And so there's a ton of templates that you can get just using the free Kadence Blocks plugin. And let's get right into it. So once you install the free Kadence Blocks plugin here, anytime you go to a post or a page, so if we just open up, the home page here, you get that Kadence Design Library button here. And so what you'll do is once you get your free license, or if you pay for the pro version, you'll come in here and you'll put in your connection URL and your license key here, and you'll hit connect. You'll see SB Blocks gets added as a little line right here, and you'll see a brand new tab get added to your website, which says SB Blocks. And so here you can see the entire library of all of the blocks that we've built. We just have so many. There's things for alerts and pros and cons boxes, these product boxes that are super, super popular for affiliate blog posts. We have different product grids. We have product summary boxes. tons of different things. And I'll show you how to build landing pages and blog posts with these. And then if you go over to the left here, you'll see that these are all the free ones. These ones are 100% free, always will be, that you can access immediately on your website. Tons of different content boxes. We have whole Linktree pages, which I have, and I'll show you as well. Different CTAs and about the author pieces for like your sidebar, buttons, things like that. So super awesome. So let's just X out of here. And let's just go in and let's start building a landing page from scratch and just show you how easy it is to use these templates to just drastically speed up the, your workflow. So we say you have a landing page right here. And I do want to just call out here in the Kadence page settings here, this is something very important. If you're building a landing page, a full width landing page, you do need to go to the page settings here and you need to tweak a few things. So the transparent header, I'm just going to leave as default. So if your site uses it, it'll have it. If it doesn't use it, it doesn't use it. So that's perfect. The page title, we're going to disable because we're going to have an H1 element directly in our hero section. So we don't need to show the page title. You will change from default to full width here. So it's normally this, and we're just going to change to full width. I'm going to use unbox for the content style. That just makes sure everything is completely full width and not contained in a box. We're going to disable the content vertical padding here. And I'm also going to disable the show featured image. And so we have this set up here. This is going to be your landing page. And the very first thing you're going to start out with any landing page is going to be hero section. So I'm going to come up to the Kadence Design Library button here. We're going to go over to the hero section, hero category here, and you can see all of these hero sections that we have built here. And so I'm just going to choose one of these. Let's choose this hero 2 right here. And so you can see that instantly imports just like that. We have a 2-column hero with image and buttons. You can swap out your headline. You can fill out a little description if you like. You have different call to action buttons. So if you want a primary call to action button, a secondary call to action button, if you don't want that, you can just, get rid of that button. Doesn't really matter. And then you'll add whatever image you want on the right here. And then right after your hero section, you're probably going to want to add some sort of content section. So let's go up to the Kadence Design Library button here. We'll go over to content sections here. So we'll go to content, and then you can see that we have a number of things here. So I'm going to, let's do this content to be. So this is an image on the left with text on the right. So let's bring that in. So that looks like that. So we have the image on the left. We have the text on the right here with a different highlight title, and you can swap that all out. And then let's do an alternating thing here. So let's go with the image on the left, then we're going to go image on the right, and then image on the left and image on the right again. So let's go to the Kadence Design Library button here. We'll go to content one more time. And let's add this one with a dark theme with the image on the right here. So if I bring that in, you can see that we have the image on the left, we have the image on the right, and the text is swapped. And then let's just repeat this one more time. So I'll just come to the top level row layout here. We're just going to come in here and we're going to duplicate this, and I'm just going to bring that down. So that looks like that. And then I'm going to come to the dark one here, and we're going to duplicate this piece here and click the button to bring that down. And so just like that, we have our hero section at the top. We have content section with image on the left, right, and that alternates. And one thing is we have spent so much time testing out these things, making sure that they're mobile responsive. And that is one of the biggest pieces of these templates, is because you can come in here. So let me just preview this. And so there's a little trick. So I'm gonna press F12 in Chrome. That's gonna bring up my developer tools here. And I don't know if you can see it. Oh yeah, okay. So you can see it here. There's this little button here, and it says toggle device toolbar. So normally it looks like this. You just see it like you have it on desktop. But if you choose toggle device toolbar here, and you choose responsive up here, or there's a number of different devices that you can use, you can come in here with responsive, and you can just tweak this, and you can see exactly how things look at different screen sizes. So it's super, super nice. And so you can see if I just bring this down to, let's bring this at about 390 pixels, which is perfect for a mobile screen. You can see that we have the hero section here with the headline. We have the different call to action buttons. We have the image right here. And then you can see our content section. So even though the content had the image on the right for some of them, you can see that we show the image at the top, and then we have the text underneath, and then we have the image at the top and the text underneath. And that holds true for every one of these sections. So that just goes to show that we've gone in and we've swapped, the different columns to look great on mobile, because that's what people are generally going to want. If you want to swap it the other way where the image is on the bottom, it's super, super easy. Kadence Blocks gives you just an insane amount of customization options so that you can tweak this to look however you want. So I wanted to show you that really, really quick there. So let's go back here. So with our hero section and our content sections here, I'm now going to come down and let's say that we're going to add a testimonial section. Maybe you want to highlight different customer reviews and things like that. So we're going to go up to the Kadence Design Library. I'm going to go to the testimonial section here, which is right here. And let's add this guy here. And so you can see it says, see what our customers have to say. And then we have some placeholder things for customer testimonials, and you can just put in their avatar, or you can get rid of it. You can put in their name and what company they're a part of. So that's looking great. And then after your customer testimonials, say you want to add a pricing table. Maybe you have a service or a product that you're trying to sell. So let's go up and add a pricing table. So we'll come up here, we'll go to the pricing table section, and we'll choose this one right here. And you can see that that perfectly comes in. So we have 3 different areas right here for pricing table, with the middle option highlighted as being the most popular. You have different tiers if you want. There's 2 column ones if you have two of them, and different options that you have available to you. And then, you can highlight all your plan featured items. And then you have your sign up buttons. They're big and bold, and they entice your visitors to click. And so now that we have the pricing table section, I think you probably would want to end it with an FAQ section. So if people have questions, they're able to get answers quickly at the bottom of your page. So let's go to the Kadence Design Library button here. Let's go to FAQ, and let's add the second one here, the FAQ 2. All right, cool. So that adds in there, and let's maybe just come in here and go to the style and change the background color just slightly to that. One thing that's really cool that I just want to highlight super quick. All of these are Kadence Blocks 2.0 templates, just meaning they were built with 2.0, because we haven't quite updated to 3.0 yet, because we're waiting for all of the vast majority of customers to be on 3.0. But with this site is using Kadence Blocks 3.0, and you can see that every single one of these came in. It works absolutely perfect. It's completely converted over. It is nothing short of a technical miracle of what the Kadence team has done with Kadence Blocks 3.0 and making everything backward compatible, so that when you go to swap over, everything just works. I've been in software QA for a decade of my life, and I just truly think that it's not appreciated enough of the undertaking that they had to do to get everything working the way that it does. So Kadence Blocks 3.0 is just amazing. I love all of the nice features that it has, where you can just visually see different paddings and things like that. And there's just so many nice features and a lot of really cool blocks that are going to be coming out here. So anyway, so we have our FAQ section added at the end here. So let's just preview this, and let's come in here. All right, cool. So we have our hero section at the top. We have our content sections that alternate left, right, left, right. Then we have our testimonial section with 3 customer testimonials. We have our pricing table to call out different plan features and with sign up buttons. And then we have our FAQ section at the bottom with different accordions, so they can bring this up, and you can, put in different common questions that people ask along with answers. So I don't know about you, but this is crazy that we can build an entire landing page. I built this in a matter of a couple minutes here. And it's I've been using Kadence Blocks for a very long time, ever since I started using it back in 2020. And I know what I'm doing. And even if I were to build this page from scratch, I mean, this page with all of the mobile optimization and everything would take me hours and hours to build this. And now with these wireframe templates, you can build this in a matter of a couple of minutes. And there's so many templates to choose from that you're able to just tweak this and make this however you want. You can make this perfectly your own. There's so many options for hero sections and content sections and things like that. And so it's just so awesome what Kadence Cloud allows people to do, where you can just import these templates. It's one of the massive advantages that Kadence has over other block plugins out there. So yeah, I think that this is absolutely amazing. We just built this entire landing page in a matter of a couple minutes. And so now with that out of the way, I want to go into an affiliate blog post, because this is something that I think is just not talked about enough. And it's such a money maker for websites when you have affiliate blog posts that bring in organic traffic through Google. So let's go to that really quick here. So we'll come back here. We're going to get out of this page here. And let's just go into posts here on the left-hand side. I'm just going to really quick take a 30-second break and just make sure that nobody asks any questions. Get a drink here just really quick here. All right, cool. So Charlie says, once you import from the Wireframe library, can you change values for colors, fonts, etc. globally? Yep. Yeah. So these work especially well with the Kadence theme. The Kadence theme has a deep integration with Kadence blocks. It will work with other themes, but it won't bring in your global colors if you're not using the Kadence theme. Not really a huge deal, because it doesn't involve that much clicking. But yes, we have the templates. It's automatically using all your global colors. So if your global color palette is set the way it's supposed to, and I have an entire tutorial on that as well, everything is going to come in. It's going to bring in your brand colors. In fact, let's just show you this here. So this is this child theme that I was just showing you before. This is a real example. I built this for my youngest brother actually just recently. So this is the exact child theme that you just saw that we were working with, but with real data here. And so you can see that even though if I just come into the regular child theme here, you can see that it has these colors, and you know, it has kind of this color here for all my stuff, but he's using completely different colors and a different color theme. And as soon as all this comes in, it perfectly reads in your global colors. That is one of the coolest things about Kadence. And so it has all of his brand colors here. It works perfectly together. You have all that here. You know, you have your about page here, you have your blog, and you can see that you have all the articles. And then as you add different blog posts, you can, it'll just read it in here. And, you know, you have your newsletter page here. So yeah, whatever fonts you're using, if you're using Google fonts, that's all going to be changed at the Kadence customizer. We inherit everything. And so it's going to automatically come in. It's going to have all your fonts available to you and everything. So yeah, everything's going to work great. And Kadence makes that so easy for that. I'm not sure if there's any other questions. I'll look over for just a second or two here and see if anybody has any questions. Otherwise, okay. Can you sort blocks by family or design style? So that actually, so we have the different, let me come back here and just go into the pages. I'll bring up the home page again. So you can search blocks, you can search blocks for whatever, you know, and we have the different categories here. I can't say for sure what's coming. I do know that Kadence is working on some updates to the cloud library. I've been in talks with Ben about a couple of different things to improve the cloud library. I've talked about having like different tabs in the cloud library where you'd be able to tweak light and dark. So like if you had like different light themes and dark themes, so you can see in our templates here, we have a lot of the same templates, but we have a light version and dark version for different themes because some people like using that. And so like, it'd be really cool if there were like tabs or something where you'd be able to just easily sort down and filter down to just those kinds of things. So there's some, you know, there's categorization here with the different blocks, but I've asked for some additional filtering options so that you'd be able to do that. All right, I'm gonna probably jump into, we're about 30 minutes in, so I'm gonna jump into the, let's see, we'll jump into an affiliate blog post here. So let me leave out of here. We'll go into posts here and I'm just gonna bring up this sample post. So the reason I'm showing this sample post is because this is just a very text-based sample post. It's just using dummy text right now. But this is what so many blog posts look like, right? You know, you just have a wall of text and there's just nothing that draws your visitors' eyes. There's no real call to actions. You just don't, it's just kind of boring, right? It's like reading Wikipedia, and it's just a wall of text, and it just doesn't entice people to click or get people to buy or anything. So one thing that's really cool is if you have like these sample posts and you just like, or say you have this blog post and it just has a lot of text and you want to just add pops of color, or maybe you want to like add a pros and cons, or maybe you want to call out important information, you can do all of that super easily. And so say you want to add maybe a call out here for an important note. We're going to come into the design library here. We're going to click on alerts on the left-hand side and say that we want to just add a tip. We're going to add this alert right here. You can see it has the cool little headline here and then different text here. So you can just type whatever you want here. And you can call out important information in any way that you want. You know, there's different colors for different, you know, we have notes and tips and warnings and danger and all sorts of alerts. And that's just like a really cool feature. It's something that a lot of blog posts don't use, in my opinion. And I think that blog posts should use those more. And so then say you are, say that you are writing a product review on a product and you want to add a product callout box similar to Wirecutter. Let's go in between these two paragraphs right here, and we'll go into the free. This is a completely free template. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go into the product boxes here so you can see all the product boxes that we offer here that have, you know, kind of a Wirecutter type of look to them. But this one right here is hands down our most popular block out there. This one is 100% free for everybody to access. So we're going to click that here, and you can see that perfectly imports in. It says our pick. You can have this say whatever you want. So maybe you say this is the, I don't know, say this is the best WordPress theme. You know, say you're writing it for whatever. And you know, you have the Kadence theme here. You'd add your image here. You can tweak this button. Right now it says check price on Amazon, but say you want it to just say buy now, or you could have it say try for free or whatever. The best part is that once these templates are imported, you can tweak them any way you want using all of the Kadence blocks functionality. And so this is one of our most popular blocks, hands down. And so now that we have that added, say you want to add a set of pros and cons to call out pros and cons and have it look so much nicer than just having like a simple list of like, here's the pros and here's the cons. So we're going to go up to the design library. We're going to click pros and cons here. And let's add this pros and cons for the dark theme here. So this one looks really nice. You know, you have your plus and your minuses. And maybe, you know, you just say this is the first pro. And you can just type that there. And you can add your cons here. And maybe it's, I don't know, too expensive or something. You know, and you can just add in all your pros and cons. And just like that, you have these pieces right here that just look so much better. They're conversion focused. People are going to come to your blog posts. They're going to enjoy what they're reading. It's going to draw their eyes to there, and it's just so much nicer. But even cooler than all of this, even though you can add all of these individual blocks, and that's super cool to be able to customize your thing, we have entire blog post outlines that we have recently come out with, and these things are just absolutely insane. So I'm just going to come in here and we're going to open up the sample product review post. So these child themes that we're going to be coming out with, these are going to have all of these sample blog post outlines added to them. And so this right here is an entire outline that was imported in with one click through the templates. And so we give different instructions here for how to write your H1 blog title. And then there's all these AI prompts, which I'll get into shortly here. We have an entire product summary box. This thing is something that I have used on many product reviews. It has gotten Google featured snippets, and this thing is just so amazing because you don't see blog posts that have product summaries like this that just really neatly bring all the information together, just kind of a quick glance. Because so many people, you know, attention spans are getting shorter these days. And so if you can just take all of the important information and put it into a product summary at, you know, near the top of your blog post, any people that are skimming the page are instantly going to be drawn. You know, they're scrolling down and they see this. They're instantly going to be drawn to this. You have different highlights that you can call out, different, you know, star ratings. You can have read more links to jump down to different areas in your post. You can have an overall rating out of 5 that you have. You have your pros and cons just baked into this product summary here. A huge call to action to try product name, and you can have this button say whatever you want. starts at X dollars a month. You can have that if you want. You can get rid of it. It's so nice. And then as you scroll down here, you have your featured image. You have your table of contents. I love the Kadence table of contents. It just dynamically reads in every single one of your headings in your blog post. So you can see I haven't done anything except have this table of contents, and every single one of these headings is automatically read in here. It looks great. You can tweak this to look however you want. And then we have a super Google friendly design here, outline here. So this is an outline where you are answering people's search intent. So that is what Google's looking for. People are searching these kinds of questions about products all of the time. And if you can have a section, think of your blog post, every single heading as being like this little mini blog post, right? And so if people are searching for that answer, you have a chance of showing up as a Google featured snippet or on the front page of Google for any of these parts here. And so we have all of these headlines here that answer the search intent that people are searching for. And then we have AI prompts built into here that you can run if you're using an AI tool such as Jasper AI, that you can run, and it will automatically start just spitting out information for you, which is just absolutely insane. So actually, let's just show you that quick. So if I'm in here and say I'm writing a product review on the Kadence theme. I should just mention that I'm using Jasper AI here for this. You do need to have the Jasper Chrome extension. So it's just it's a Chrome extension here that you can add. I'll have some information. I have an entire video tutorial, so don't worry if you want more information on that. I have an entire tutorial video I can point you to that will show you how to do that. But you just get the Jasper Chrome extension here, and I do have a link that will give you 10,000 words free to get started with this. But if we come in here, we have these different AI prompts. So you literally just tell the AI what you want to write about, and you run it, and it'll just spit it out. It's so mind blowing. So it says, write an interesting introduction for a product review about products. So we have just a little variable here. So we're going to say the Kadence theme. We're going to say talking to, and then it says audience. So I'm going to plug in bloggers here. And then who desired result. So the desired result is want to start a blog. Okay. And once you have the Jasper Chrome extension in Chrome, you'll have this little guy here to show that it's enabled. It automatically recognizes this as an AI prompt. You can see it has a light purple background, and there's a button here that says run command with Jasper. Check this out. I click this button, and Jasper within no time comes and he will just start spitting out information. So it says, are you a blogger looking to start your own blog but don't know where to begin? Look no further than the Kadence theme. Kadence theme is a powerful and flexible WordPress theme that will give your content the professional look and feel it deserves. There's more here. It's absolutely mind-blowing what this thing can do. It's so cool. And so we have these AI prompts that are integrated throughout this entire blog post outline. And so you can basically write most of your blog post outline with these AI prompts. Now, I will preface that by saying I personally write about 95 to 100% of every one of my blog posts. I've been blogging for 10 years. So I know what I'm writing about. I feel like I'm pretty good at it, and I know what Google's looking for, but AI should be used as an assistant, right? It should be used to help assist your writing. It is so powerful for helping you with writer's block, which is something that I struggle with so much, right? So I start a blog post and I'm like, I know what I want to write about, but I don't know how to start it. I don't know where to begin. Sometimes just getting those first words on the page is the biggest step to move forward. So it's just absolutely amazing at writing introduction paragraphs like this one. And then as you go down and you're going through your product summary, you can have the AI help you with that. We have prompts in here that will literally give you different areas to highlight about the product, and you just have to copy and paste them in here. It's crazy. And then you come down, and then for each of these questions for the Google search intent, we have different AI prompts to get you started with all of these different pieces. So it's just so cool. I wish due to time, I'm just not going to go more into the AI prompts, just because I could get lost in that for hours. And I do have an entire tutorial video that I recently came out with that shows you exactly how to build like product reviews, listicle posts that'd be like best of and things like that with AI prompts using the Start Blogging Blocks templates. And so definitely check that out if you want to learn more. So we have this entire product review post here. So let's just get out of here and let's just build a post from scratch here using one of the whole blog post outlines. So this is going to just be, so say we, I don't know, we have the 5 best WordPress themes for bloggers. So this is what's called a listicle post or a list post. And so that's like where you're just going to be listing a number of products. They're super, super powerful. They're fantastic money makers because you know, when people are searching the you know, the best whatever it is, whatever product it is, they are already ready to buy, right? So they've already decided like, hey, I want this item, but what are the best of this? And so these are great posts that if you can get to the top page in Google, get a featured snippet, these are massive money makers for your website. And so we're going to write the 5 best WordPress themes for bloggers. I'm not going to get into the whole thing here, but I just want to show you how easily you can get started with this. It'll give you a bigger jump start than anybody has out there with WordPress. And so I'm going to go up to the Kadence Design Library. I'm going to go to the blog post outlines. These things are brand new. We are adding a ton of these. We have a bunch of listicle variations. We have product reviews. We're currently designing and building informational posts. So that would be like your how-tos. You know, like I have so many how-to tutorials written out there for Kadence and things like that. Something that I'm very good at and been doing a very long time. And then, you know, different things for like comparison posts. So say you want to take product A versus product B. Those are also fantastic blog posts that you can have on your website. So let's scroll down here and look at some of the options we have. I'm going to grab, we'll grab this listicle post too right here. And awesome. You can see I clicked on that literally within a second. I have the entire thing imported here. And once again, we have instructions for having, you know, your blog post outline. This one also has AI prompts integrated throughout the entire thing that are going to help you write this. You have your featured image, your table of contents, and then you have your product name, a short description about it. You have the pros and cons list integrated perfectly right in here. And then you have a big buy now call to action button. And then it's kind of cool. These product images that you add here, let's just like preview this on the front end. So as you scroll down here, these product images stick as you scroll down. So it kind of gives that effect that when you're on Amazon and you're on a product page, you're looking on the product page and the product on the left-hand side, as you're reading through all the information, that product image just sticks on the way down. It just, you know, keeps users' attention. And so that's really cool. So we have that with each one. Once you get to the next product, it just goes away and it jumps to the next one. So that's awesome. So right, just like this, you have 7 products you can add here. We have blocks that you can add as many of these as you want. If you have 23 of them, you can add individual blocks that will just keep adding this. It looks like engineering technology simulation says really good stuff. He's giving you, yeah, thanks so much. Yeah, this stuff is really awesome. And so yeah, this is one of our super popular listicle post outlines that we recently released. I'm sitting here just blabbing away here. I'm super passionate about this kind of thing. I want to just stop really quick and ask if there are any questions that popped up that Hannah wants to give to me. If I have maybe about like 10 more minutes, I can go in and show footers really quick and sidebar. But if not, that's totally cool too. But I just want to see if there are any questions that popped up. Okay, so can the product block be managed by WooCommerce? Can it be imported in design? Okay. Can it be imported in design within WooCommerce? I'm not 100% positive on that, Joel. Let's link up after this, and I'll get back to you on that piece, because I haven't done a ton with WooCommerce with these specifically, so I don't want to tell you if it's doable or not yet without me knowing. So let's link up after this, and I'll let you know. Seeing if there are any more questions here. I'm going to get a drink of water here. Sweet. I'm being told that there are no others. Let's keep going. All right. I'll be quick with this. So I show you how to build, full landing pages with these templates, affiliate blog posts that are just going to drive organic Google traffic and just build so much affiliate revenue for your blog. You can see here that I have a sidebar here. So I have a little about the author section with the read more and then resources that I use, which is just kind of a cool call out. You can have this stick in your sidebar. So I'm going to quickly show you how I did that with Kadence. So let's come back here. I'm going to go into appearance and widgets. Now, I will preface this by saying that I'm going to be reaching out to Ben. There is a slight bug with this. I don't even know if this technically should be possible, but I figured out how to do it. But there is a small bug with this, and I think that once it gets fixed, this is just going to be awesome. So what I did right here, so even though I'm in the widget area and I'm building my sidebar with blocks, which is so cool that you can build your entire sidebar with blocks, there is no Kadence Design Library button here. I don't know if it can be added or not. I'm not really sure, but you can still access the Kadence Design Library button in kind of a sneaky way. So if you come here and you just add a Kadence row layout and you choose the Design Library button here, this will bring up, the Kadence Design Library button. You can go into our sidebar category, and then we have a number of these things that you can add. Now, like I said, there is a bug right now that's not allowing you to import it right now, but I'm sure they'll get that fixed. But I did it just on my own before starting this presentation. But we have these different sidebar sections. They're contained to 300 pixels, so they work perfectly for your sidebar. You can add your image here, a little bio about the author, different resources I use. On Start Blogging 101 here, if I just come down to, let's just bring up like this blog post right here, you can see that I have my sidebar here. And I also use the sticky sidebar feature in Kadence for lead magnets and things like that. They're so awesome for this kind of thing, where you have an entire blog post that people are reading. And then if you can give them contextual CTA on the right-hand side, for a lead magnet or an ebook or whatever it is that you offer, if you want to sign up for a newsletter, you can have these be, per category or tag using Kadence Elements. It's so crazy. Kadence Elements is like one of my favorite features ever. And so let's just actually show you a couple Kadence Elements here. So I'm going to just back out of here. So this affiliate disclaimer, for example. So if you have 10 blog posts, or say you have 300 blog posts, using Kadence Elements, you can literally add an affiliate disclaimer to every single one of your blog posts. Or you can target a specific category, or say some of your blog posts aren't affiliate blog posts and others are. If you add a tag of affiliate to, or whatever it is, to your blog post, you can target that tag and you can put this affiliate disclaimer on those blog posts in about a minute, and it'll automatically add it to all of them. So all I'm doing is using the completely free info alert template here. It says, this site is supported by its readers. If you make a purchase, I may make a commission at no cost to you. Learn more. And then you would link to your disclosure policy. And so it's this super simple thing, but it's something that all affiliate websites need. And what I'm doing here is I'm adding this after the 4th paragraph of every single blog post. I'm displaying it on all of the single posts. So that's all of my blog posts. If you want, you can come and group these by category or tag, like I was saying. I'm showing it to all users. And so I publish that. And if we just back out of here and let's visit the site and let's go into the blog and let's bring up this sample listicle post too, you can see that even though I didn't see this in the editor, it's added automatically to every one of my blog posts. I love Kadence Elements. It's so cool what you can do with this kind of thing. You can add different pieces to your sidebar. So just like I was saying with Start Blogging 101, where I had this piece, I'm using this lead magnet here with a form, and I'm specifically targeting it on certain blog posts depending on what the category is. And you can swap it out per category. So if you have a finance category and maybe you have a health category or whatever it might be, you can give people a specific lead magnet that is perfect for whatever they're reading about, which is just going to completely skyrocket the number of people converting and signing up for that thing. So that's just a one awesome example of of using Kadence elements. And then the very last piece here, before I finish up and start taking some of your questions, is I will show you the custom site footer really, really fast. So even though you can build your footer in the Kadence customizer with widgets, it's a little bit limited in what you can do. But what is so awesome with Kadence elements is you can build your entire footer using blocks, using whatever you want, so you can have it look however you want without using, specific widget areas and things like that. So this is one of the footer templates that we have. All I did is I came up to the design library button here. I went to the footer section and I added this footer 3 right here. It looks just like this. I added you can add your logo here. You have a little description about the website. I have a navigation piece, a resources, a follow me section, and then, your copyright and your privacy policy and disclosure policy here. Another thing that these are the kind of things that most people don't think about is when this footer at the top level here, if I come into advanced and I go into structure settings, we're actually changing this HTML tag and all of our templates for our footers to be a footer element. And even if that might be a little technical, but that makes sure that your website is semantically correct with HTML. Because if you just build this row layout and just built it normally and you're like, oh, this looks like a footer, but you never change this to a footer and you swap out your footer, your website isn't technically going to have a footer. So it's just these tiny little things that we just spend so much time and effort in making sure that they are just perfect for you to use on your website and make sure that they're ready to go. And then all I'm doing in the Kadence element settings here is it's just a content section, and there's an option to completely replace the footer on your website. So that's what I'm doing. I'm showing it on the entire website because I want the whole website to have this footer. And then I'm in the users here and I'm showing it to all users. So if we just come back here and visit the site and scroll down, you can see that this footer shows now. This takes over what is showing or what is specified in the Kadence customizer, and you have your footer here as well. So in this whole presentation, so I showed you how to build a landing page, affiliate blog post, your sidebar out, your footers of your website, and that's all done through templates, through using Start Blogging Blocks. I showed you the AI prompts of how you can build or write blog posts so much faster than before. And we're literally just getting started. We're releasing Kadence child themes soon. You're going to be able to have a website just like this within 30 seconds with the click of a button. It is just absolutely insane, the products that Kadence has come out with. It is by far my favorite tool on WordPress right now, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. If there are any questions out there for live Q&A that I can take, I'll answer them over the next 8 minutes here. I did talk quite a bit here, but hopefully I can answer some questions. And I have. Oh, by the way, I have a Kadence Facebook group that people can join. And actually, Hannah, could you share my screen for like 2 seconds?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. Okay. So I do have a Kadence or a Facebook group, WordPress Without Page Builders. It's all about block-based WordPress. It has a high emphasis on Kadence if you'd like to join that. And then for anyone joining here, we actually do have a 30% off discount on Start Blogging Blocks Pro. It's only good for 72 hours. I'm running it for 3 days here. There will be a link that'll be shared, and it's startbloggingblocks.com/amplify. And there will be a code here, Amplify30, to get 30% off a pro plan if you would like it. Anyway, okay, so that's all I had to say, and now you can hit me with your questions here.
Awesome. I have a question from Charlie.
So should we use a child theme? Okay, so when I say Kadence child themes, like what that is like it a number of people have been creating them. So that's like you get the Kadence theme like as your parent theme, and then you kind of import in this Kadence child theme, and that's like all the pages and things. Now, if you just have a website already, you don't even necessarily need a Kadence child theme. Like if you use a plugin like Code Snippets or anything like that, like generally the only thing that you'd ever like need that child theme for is to like add like custom CSS and things like that. But you can use a plugin like Code Snippets, so you don't even really need to use a Kadence child theme. There's also additional CSS that you can access directly in the Kadence customizer. And so when I say Cadence child theme, that would be like if you're importing in like a fully designed, like already pre-built Cadence child theme. But no, if you have your own website, you don't necessarily need to use a child theme.
Awesome. Thanks for explaining that. Just a comment from Devin. Doesn't look like we have too many other questions unless I missed your question. And
Cool.
If so, you can reach Jake on the Facebook page, on his Facebook page. And Jake, if you want to comment after on YouTube, just some of your links so that people have access to that.
Yeah. I'll throw some links in the YouTube channel there.
Cool. Well, thanks so much
Awesome.
for being here.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Devin says congrats to Jake.
Appreciate it, Devin. It's good to see you.
Yeah. I mean, truly an inspiration, like just leaving the business or the 9-to-5 world and doing your own thing and kind of paving the way in the entrepreneurial space. So, and helping so many of us in the meantime. Your passion is really so inspiring. So, thanks for being here.
Yes, thank you guys so much. I'll see you guys. I'll throw some links in the channel, and I'm looking forward to the future sessions here today.
Awesome. Thanks, Jake. So we will have Hannon coming up at the top of the hour in about 5 minutes. I might grab a quick coffee before then. If you want a coffee, now's your time. And then we'll have Bet come on and share with us. Hello, hello, welcome back. Jake is so fun, huh? If you guys were just in that session, you heard Jake and his inspiration or his passion is inspirational. I'm just like, it makes me want to go and build websites and do all the things that he's doing. It's been so fun to build a relationship with him over the last year or so, and to see him now like fully commit to the entrepreneur world is just super fun. So if you missed that, go back and listen. Jake's the best. Next up, we have Bet Hannon. Super excited for her presentation. Bet has worked with businesses and nonprofits for 14 years, helping them build WordPress websites and learn how to use digital marketing tools effectively. She is the founder and CEO of AccessiCart that focuses on accessibility and e-commerce, along with other higher user interaction websites. Bet lives in Bend, Oregon, and is co-organizer of the WP meetup there. So we'll bring her in. Hi, Bet. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing all right. Are we showing everything okay?
Yeah, you look great. You
Awesome.
sound great.
Awesome.
Thanks for being here today.
Oh, you're more
I
than
love
welcome.
it. You're in Bend. You're kind of on my side of the world. I'm over in Boise, so
Oh,
we're
yeah.
close enough. Feels like we're neighbors.
We are neighbors. We go through Boise. My brother lives in Moscow, so we head
Oh,
over and meet
cool.
there sometimes. So, yeah, awesome.
That's awesome. Cool. Well, glad you're here. If you need anything along the way, please let me know.
Not a
Otherwise, I'll just turn
problem.
it over to you.
Awesome. That sounds great. That sounds great. Well, thanks for that bit of introduction. I won't belabor that anymore, but just share that, I've been working with WordPress since 2008. I started running a remote agency around that time, even before it was cool to do so. And we currently specialize in accessibility and e-commerce. And you can find me on Twitter. You can find me at our website, accessicart.com. And I'm also in the Kadence Facebook group if folks want to hit me up there too. So we're going to talk about accessibility today, not a technical talk, but more about what accessibility is and how you might want to get started. I think everybody has an accessibility story if you start to get concerned about it. Maybe you've known somebody with a disability. Our agency story about accessibility starts with a client. A little over 5 years ago, one of our still current clients, a large California water district, let us know that they had become aware that there were some new laws coming up requiring them to have certain levels of accessibility, and they asked us to help them with that. And we didn't know a lot about accessibility, but all of us, our team and the client, dove in and we learned a lot about accessibility. And when we did, our team got hooked and passionate about making the website, making the internet as widely available and usable for people as possible. And I will confess that I am not the most technical person on our team, but I do think talking about accessibility, helping folks learn what it is and why we should make sites accessible is a huge part of what drives me and an important conversation to have. So let's dive in. A lot of people start thinking about accessibility because they have heard about lawsuits. They want to avoid legal issues. So the chart on this slide shows the number of website accessibility lawsuits over the last 5 years. And as you can see, they are rising. And of those suits, 4,000 of them last year, about 15 to 20% of those are people being sued for a second or third time. So it's not just once and done. You can be sued more than once. You can even be sued more than once by the same person. The Americans with Disabilities Act in the US offers legal protections for people with disabilities, but it's not entirely clear yet how to meet ADA compliance with websites. ADA was signed in 1990 before the internet was really such a common thing in our lives. And so what we're left with is what we call surf by lawsuits, where businesses are being sued by customers with disabilities for their sites not being accessible under Title III of ADA, which deals with public accommodations. Now, some of those lawsuits are, absolutely legitimate. A user of the site came through. Some of them are a little bit more people suing a lot of people. One attorney and one plaintiffs suing a lot of people. Typically what happens is that the business may get what's called a demand letter. They get a letter in the mail that notifies them you have an accessibility issue on your site and we plan to sue you. Definitely don't ignore a demand letter if you get one. They can look a lot like junk mail. But if you ignore that demand letter, the next thing that will happen is that you'll get a summons and everything will move into court. So it's important not to let that just slide. You want to contact your attorney and get started. That number, those 4,000 some lawsuits last year, are only the cases that went to court. Thousands and thousands of more people actually got demand letters and settled them before they reached court. So there is that unfortunate situation where you've got some attorneys and plaintiffs that are filing hundreds and hundreds of cases, but the reality is that those cases are often coming down on the side of the disabled person, requiring that the site be made accessible. And even if something is settled out of court, the costs can be quite significant. You might have $20,000 in fees more. You're paying your attorney fees and the other person's attorney fees and any settlements. And of course, the larger and higher revenue your site is, the more that settlement amount can quickly escalate. Now, I should note for our non-US folks that there are other non-discrimination laws in other countries that require website accessibility. This would be true in Canada, the EU, UK, Australia, Japan. In most of those places, there are not really court cases. It's the government that does the enforcing of the law by giving out fines. So enforcement of these laws has not been very rigorous in most of those countries to date, but everyone should be aware that the European Accessibility Act will begin enforcement at new levels of accessibility laws at the end of June in 2025. And that's, right around the corner in terms of website development. So other laws, other places besides Europe will also be stepping up their enforcement over the coming years. So you'll probably start hearing a lot more about accessibility if you're in those countries. Now, I really don't like to fuel the fear mongering. A lot of people are really afraid of getting sued. But I think there are a lot of better business building, business positive reasons to make your website accessible. But if it's a fear of a lawsuit that gets you motivated to actually commit to learning and improving accessibility, well, then, I guess that's great. But let's talk about some of those other reasons and start with what is website accessibility. So when I go to networking events and I introduce myself and I say, well, my agency has a specialization in website accessibility, sometimes people are confused or at the very least curious because maybe they haven't ever thought at all about how disabled people might use the web. So let's lay some groundwork by talking about what exactly website accessibility is. The big picture is that a significant percentage of people have a permanent or a temporary impairment. That means they can't use the web in the same way that the majority of people do. So temporary impairment might be that I've broken my hand and I can't use it for mousing. Usually the term disabilities refers to more permanent limitations, but in the US, the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control, estimates that around 25% of all adults have a permanent or temporary impairment that requires accommodations. And the UN estimates all across the world, 20 to 25% of all adults have some kind of impairment like that. So that's 1 in 4 or 5 people. That's a lot of people. It's not, I think sometimes the perception is when we're talking about accessibility for people with disabilities, that it's a quite small number, but it's actually a pretty significant number. And remember, this number goes up as we age. So as people get older, the percentage of people that are disabled increases. The average age in the US and EU and other developed nations also is, the average age is increasing. So that is increasing, and then all of us are one accident or illness away from disability. So it can be a fairly significant number of folks. So here's a definition of web accessibility. Website accessibility gives people with diverse abilities equal access and equal opportunity to access and use web content. And you might notice that this is civil rights or human rights language. And the framework is really thinking about creating equal access so that you aren't excluding anyone. And so that's what we're talking about when we talk about web accessibility. But what does that look like practically speaking? Well, here are a couple of examples. If you are a person who has severe visual disabilities, maybe even total blindness, there are tools like screen readers that will be able to read out loud to you all the content on a web page, and it's usable if it's formatted properly. So one of the older screen reader technologies is JAWS, and a license for that might cost you $1,000 a year. It's not cheap to have disabilities. And a newer screen reader is called NVDA for non-visual display access, and that is open source. That means it's free. You can go to the NVDA site and download that software to try it out. They will ask you for a donation when you do that, and I encourage you to make that small donation. NVDA is doing some amazing work in lesser developed nations with blind young people to give them job skills, and so it's some amazing work that's going on. So you can download NVDA and play around with a screen reader. The thing to remember if you do that is that people who depend on screen readers are going to use them differently than you might imagine, right? So one thing is, for example, people with who depend on screen readers might regularly ask the screen reader, read out loud to me all the H2 headings. And so essentially they're doing the same thing people who are sighted are doing, right? We're scanning for content that's relevant to us, but they're using the screen reader to do that. And so, and the other thing is, if you can go to YouTube, you can find on YouTube demos of people who are using screen readers. And one of the things that you might notice when you do that is that while I listen to podcasts at about 1.5 speed, people who use screen readers are regularly listening at 4 and 5 times X speed on things. If you're not able, here's a different example. If you're not able to use a mouse with your hands, there are adaptive devices. These adaptive devices are typically very customized to the particular person's disability. Stephen Hawking had a little sensor on his cheek. He was able to move cheek muscles, and that would help him navigate through the website by using cheek. There are also devices for eye trackers or puff devices. Sometimes people can move a big kind of joystick. So all kinds of devices that people might be able to use to navigate through websites. And those are just a couple of examples of disabilities, but we really are talking about a whole spectrum of all kinds of disabilities that we might want to try to make our websites welcoming for people who have not just blindness, but low vision. So those folks might need something that is able to be magnified well. People who are colorblind, my brother is colorblind. Age-related vision changes are important, and that's not just like having trouble with the fine print, but as we age, the lens of our eye yellows, and so gradually, and so that changes our color perception. People who have mobility issues, as we talked about before, reading disabilities, people who have seizures, if you have flashing things, people of different cognitive abilities, some sensory and focus issues, things like ADHD, and even anxiety and depression, where people can give up if you have a process, let's say a checkout process or a membership process that's too long, and they just feel like it's never going to end, and they just give up. So all kinds of different sorts of disabilities that we might want to think about in terms of websites. The fullest place to go for information about the technical ways to begin to address these things is called the WCAG, or the WCAG, Website Content Accessibility Guidelines. And that's where you're going to find those technical pieces of how to begin to try and make your website more accessible. There are 3 levels of guidelines: single A, double A, triple A. Double A is the most common focus of effort. And so that's where you'd want to go to start learning more about the implementations or the technical aspects of web accessibility. And it's important to remember that these are not like rules. hard and fast rules, and there are guidelines specifically because there's a lot that has to be contextual with web accessibility. And just even if you can be 100% on the WCAG guidelines and still not be accessible, right? And so we can deal with more of that in the questions, but this is where you would want to start. So let's talk about a few tips for our specialization is e-commerce and checkout sorts of sites, high interaction sites, but just general accessibility too. As I mentioned, a lot of people use accessibility devices. And the good news is you don't have to try and make your site work with thousands and millions of different, customized devices. All of those devices really come back to being keyboard driven. They're using keyboard navigation. So if you've ever used Control X or Control S, those are keyboard navigations. And but people who use both accessibility devices, but also screen readers depend on keyboard navigation. So you'll want to start by just going to your website and then using only the tab and enter keys to test how far you can navigate and what, can you get to the submenus? Can you get out of your search box? Those kinds of things. So you can start testing for some accessibility for keyboard navigation. Huge piece of making your site properly formatted, not only for screen readers and people using the keyboard navigation, is to use what's called semantic markup. Now, semantic markup means that you're properly using all of your semantic tags, but in a huge one for folks and for folks that people often have problems with are the headings tags. You want to make sure that your heading tags are properly nested. So you would never go from an H2 to an H4 or 5, right? You would always have a 3 in between. So they're nested just like your high school, English essay or your writing essays, right? Or the Roman numeral kind of piece, and you're nesting those. A lot of people think that they're using heading tags for styling those pieces, but actually the heading, the H2s can be the same font and font weight as the paragraph text, but they just need to be indicating what the content is, right? Is this the section title? Is it a subsection title? Is it a paragraph? So you want to make sure you're doing that. But semantic markup also applies to other things like making sure your ordered and unordered lists are properly put together, that you're using proper labels on tables and those kinds of things. Another tip is using alt text. And so anytime you add, when you add images to your content, you want to make sure you're adding alt text to them. This is not the same thing as a caption. You might also have a caption, but the purpose of the alt text is to give a description of the image for users that are visually impaired. And by the way, this is also the text that will appear for someone who has very low band internet connection, right? If they don't have enough connection to get the image downloaded, that's the text they'll see. And anytime you're adding an image that has text as a part of the image, so if you've got a promotional image for an event, for example, and you've got text inside the image, you need to make sure that that text is appearing either on the surface of the page or as a part of the alt text, right? Because the screen reader can't read that text out loud when it's inside the image. So you need to provide a place for the screen reader to access that text. There are entire presentations about how to write good alt text, some of them by a member of our team, Meg Miller. You might seek those out. We also have a post on our blog, a recent post about doing alt text specifically for product images, which take a little more care and thoughtfulness. And you might want to seek out those videos of the webinars or presentations and posts to learn a little more about alt text. Accessibility guidelines give us a measurement, a ratio, defining the color contrast between the background and the font on a page, right? Whether that's for a button or just on the page. And as you can see in this graphic, some combinations of colors are really hard to read and others are easier to read. And those good and bad labels should give you some clues, right? There are some automated tools to help you find and check your color contrast. One of them's listed, the little link there below, the WebAIM tool. Those are all free. You just need to look up the 6-digit hex code for your colors, and then put those into the checker. And the checker will tell you whether it meets guidelines at the particular font size. So if a font size is larger, it doesn't have to have quite as much contrast. But when you get to tinier font, it has to have more and more contrast. So these last three things that I have mentioned, using semantic markup, especially headings, using alt text on your images, making sure you have good color contrast, it's said that this will fix about 80% of all the accessibility issues on the web. So paying attention to these three things are kind of the low-hanging fruit and a great place to start if you want to try and start making your website more accessible. Semantic markup, alt text, color contrast. If you have checkouts and sign-up processes that are a part of your website, you want to be aware that this is a really common place for accessibility issues. Sometimes the base plugin that you're using, like a WooCommerce or a LearnDash, is fairly accessible out of the box, but then additional plugins that you're using to add other features may make it not accessible. So it's really important to check this, right? If the blind person can't put their credit card number in, you've lost that sale. And so you want to make sure that you are checking that thing. And primarily you're looking for checking keyboard navigation to make sure that someone can change fields, they can change the quantity or the color as a part of the checkout process. Here's a PSA, public service announcement. So some of the free online tools that I've recommended already use AI or artificial intelligence to check accessibility issues. And there are some plugins, particularly some plugins that are flush with some venture capital investments, who seem to be everywhere, advertising that they can fix all of your accessibility issues if you just install one plugin or have a little script of code. And these plugins are scripts that are using JavaScript there to look for accessibility issues and fix at least some of them on the fly as the page loads. And so they usually offer a little widget for tools for disabled people can pick a certain tool. And these are called overlay plugins. It's important to know that the artificial intelligence in these overlay plugins can, and all accessibility checkers that are using AI, automated tools, can only find about 30% of issues. So that tool can tell you whether you have alt text or not, but it can't tell you whether it's good alt text or helpful alt text. It can't tell you whether your pages are keyboard navigatable at all. And that's a big accessibility issue. So it's not really advised to use these plugins, but if you do use them, be aware that they are not going to solve all your issues and be the easy button. That you will still need to do some work around accessibility, even with these plugins. It's important, I should share, these plugins and tools are using the JavaScript to put the tools on the page. If a person is disabled, they typically already have similar tools installed and customized on their machine so they can get to the other 99% of websites on the web. And often those JavaScripts conflict and make neither set of tools work. And so many disabled people install browser extensions to block the overlay plugins. There are also some increasing concerns about privacy because some of these tools, if a disabled person checks that they want to use the magnifier for people with visual disabilities, they're saving that information via the person's IP address to serve up, make it easier for them later, ostensibly, but they're storing that information without notifying either the site owner or the user, and that's a GDPR violation. And finally, we are seeing some anecdotal evidence that increasingly that these sites are being, the sites that use these plugins are being targeted for accessibility lawsuits because it's very simple to say, well, you knew that you should do something about accessibility. You installed this plugin, but you didn't fix all the accessibility issues. So the best place to learn about overlay plugins is overlayfactsheet.com. That's the first link on this set of links. We'll get a copy of the slides for folks later. But overlayfactsheet.com will give you a lot of information about how they work and why they're problematic. If you are in the US businesses may qualify for up to a 50% non-refundable tax credit when they make their websites more accessible. Do anything to improve the accessibility on the site. So that can be audits, it can be a site rebuild that includes accessibility, it can be remediations. The business has to be either under 30 employees or over under $1 million in gross revenue, one of the two. But the entire cost of a website project can be included when accessibility is a focus of that project. And it's a fairly short form. It just reduces the amount you don't get money back. So the business has to pay out up front, get those receipts that show that accessibility was a focus, and then claim it on your next year's taxes. So let's talk a little bit about what, we've talked a little bit about what accessibility is, some best practices for accessibility, a couple tips. Let's talk about the benefits of accessibility. Beyond not getting sued, why might you want to make your website more accessible? Well, if 20 to 25% of all adults have some disability that requires an accommodation, why would you not want to increase your potential audience by 20 or 25%? I really think this is one of the biggest reasons to make your website more accessible, is to get more customers, to broaden your audience, have more people learn about your organization. That's why I titled this talk, Reach More People. As a human being, you might be more, committed to including people with disabilities, but as a business owner and as organization, one of your basic goals is expanding your audience, growing, and accessibility ought to be one of the ways that you work at that. So some of the most basic web accessibility tasks include adding alt text to your images and making your H tag structure, your semantic structure correct, getting that structure correct. Those two things are also what the Google bots use to better index your site and decide how relevant your context is. So people with screen readers and assistive devices need that proper semantic piece, and they need the alt text, but all of that helps with your SEO. You almost always improve your SEO when you pay attention to accessibility. It's a win-win all around. No doubt you have seen curb cuts in sidewalks. Those little ramps that they put into sidewalks to enable people with wheelchairs and mobility carts to get around. And absolutely, those help people who use wheelchairs and carts, but I'm so glad for them when I'm hauling my luggage around. People who push kids in strollers are happy for curb cuts. And so similarly, when you make your website accessible, you're going to look at things that will improve the user experience for everyone who visits your website. Consider, for example, that some people won't have a disability, but they'll have contextual limitations. Maybe I'm trying to use your website while I'm holding a wiggly baby, or I'm on my phone in bright sunlight, or I'm in a really noisy space and I can't listen to your video. All of the ways that you're going to improve accessibility will allow those people to better use your website. It's going to improve everyone's user experience. And by the way, all kinds of accommodations and technologies that were originally developed to assist people with disabilities have spilled over into the mainstream to make all our lives easier. So all of our AI assistants like Alexa and Google Home all started out as ways that AI could help people with various disabilities. So make your site accessible, improve everyone's user experience. It's usually a lot cheaper to keep your current customers than it is to acquire new customers. And the likelihood of developing disability increases as we age. We can always have, an illness, a disability come on, an accident. And difficulties can sometimes start small. My eyes are getting older. It's harder to see that fine print. And smart businesses want to keep their customers even while they might develop disabilities. And so making your website accessible is partly an investment in retaining those customers. And anytime you have any sort of customer interactions on your website, paying invoices, scheduling services, buying things, you'll want to especially make sure that those functions are as accessible as possible. I think most of us like to feel good about the brands that we associate with. Experts call this, people who are conscious of this, belief-driven buyers. And we want to buy from the local shop that invests in our community, or we turn away from brands if we discover they're using sweatshops. There's a researcher, Dan Edelman, in this area. He estimates that nearly 2/3, 64% of consumers around the world will buy or boycott a brand solely because of its position on a social or political issue. So making a business website accessible and then not hesitating to make that known broadcasts some values about inclusion and making a positive difference in the world. And it can be an investment in your brand, especially if your brand is already about including outsiders or diversity. This is not only, by the way, attractive to people with disabilities. When I have a family member or a friend or loved one who's affected by a disability, I pay attention to whether they're included or excluded. I want to be a part of making the world a more welcoming place for them. And more importantly, I care about their human dignity and their being able to live independently. And so when I have choices between companies that support independence for my blind friend, for example, and one that doesn't, all things being equal, I choose the brands that are inclusive of my friends. So how does that work? Well, when you make your site accessible, you might want to put an accessibility statement on your website. It doesn't have to be, front and center. This is a screenshot of the footer of our website. So we have an accessibility statement right down there with the privacy policy in the footer. And accessibility statements typically include 3 parts. First, some sort of statement that says we want everybody to be able to use this website, enjoy the website. 2, some commitment to WCAG or the content guidelines, or at least an acknowledgement of some sort that you're trying to make the website accessible for people with disabilities. And 3, an acknowledgement that keeping a website, maintaining accessibility on a website is ongoing work, and that users may encounter problems and you invite them to contact you with any accessibility issues. And then, of course, you have to pay attention to that, right? You have to respond when people notify you. But this won't necessarily prevent you from getting sued, but it certainly creates sets the tone for how you want to interact with people around accessibility on your website. So on the journey to make your website more accessible, you may want to get some outside help for evaluating accessibility. This is commonly called an accessibility audit. So unfortunately, there are a lot of folks out there hanging a shingle out as accessibility experts, so kind of like SEO experts. So you need to be a little savvy about this. So here are some tips about looking for an accessibility audit. As I mentioned before, the AI and automated tests can only find about 30% of accessibility issues. So many times you'll see an audit that will be offered very cheaply or even free. And those audits are simply using some sort of online automated tool that creates a report for you that you could have done yourself. So just be aware that if things seem really low cost, that means probably they're not going to give you much more than you could have done DIY. You want to make sure that the audit is going to include some human testing then. So ask that question, do you include human testing? Or how do you include human testing? But it doesn't necessarily have to include testers with disabilities. A non-disabled accessibility expert should be able to tell in almost all cases when something's going to be a problem for people with disabilities. In the audits that we do, are once in every 10 or 12 audits, we might come up with a unique situation that our auditors aren't really sure about, and then we have a cadre of some disabled folks disabled users that we call on to ask questions for. But most of the time, the non-disabled accessibility trained person should be able to tell. You probably don't want to have someone audit every single page of your website. If it's 30 or 50 or a 10,000 post blog, it's usually prohibitively expensive to audit every single page of your site. So typically what you want to look for is called a sampling audit. So the auditing team will help you identify a representative sample of the various layouts and key functionalities on your website. Our agency offers sampling audits with 10, 20, or 30 URLs. Typically, you're identifying specific URLs to look at or functionalities. And you don't necessarily need to get an expert to fix all the problems on your website. You can obviously do that, but you can get an audit report, and in many cases, your own developer, if you have a regular developer, can take that report and make the fixes. Or your developer is probably not going to want to add alt text to 10,000 images on your recipe blog. That may be a DIY project or something that gets outsourced to a VA with some specific instructions. So various ways to, you don't necessarily need to pay the professionals to do all the remediations all the time. Although you may want to have some, folks helping you with things. So finally, this is just a couple of the ways that our agency, AccessiCart, helps folks with accessibility that might be helpful for you to know about. For e-commerce and other sites with checkouts, we offer a mini audit of the checkout. So just focusing on adding a product or an item to the cart and doing the checkout. And as I mentioned earlier, this is a really common place to find accessibility issues. And it can be a great place to start for people who have e-commerce or LMS or membership sites. One way to spread out the cost for making your site more accessible is one of our audit and remediation monthly plans that we audit. Each of these plans is basically a bucket of hours for audits and remediations to work on just about any platform, WordPress or Shopify, or try to stump us. We'll figure it out. And so one of the important parts of those plans is that we provide monthly documentation reports. So we've been told by attorneys that having evidence of working on accessibility and making progress in making your site more accessible can be an important resource if your site gets sued or fined. And so providing that documentation is a part of our plans. We do offer discounts for agencies in these plans. Often we are working alongside agencies, like they would bring in an SEO expert or other subject matter expert. And we really enjoy working with agencies to create value for both the agency and the site owner. And you can learn more about those options and other things we offer at accessicart.com. Accessibility is the right thing to do, and it makes a lot of business sense. And I hope that you learned at least one new thing about accessibility today. And I thank you for listening. And I'm hoping we still have time for questions. And I will get out of the piece here and try to get back over. Yeah.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. I learned a ton. Just a couple of comments from people. Joe Simpson said, great presentation, Beth. Thanks for sharing the important message about accessibility. Illumina Publication said, I'm so glad you guys are talking about ADA. When I worked as a webmaster in government, ADA was part of my responsibilities, as this is a huge issue that most sites ignore, sadly. And it's so true. I think so many sites do ignore this. And I really did learn a ton. So thank you so much for sharing this message.
You're welcome.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah. Any other questions?
I don't see any here now. But if people do, they can just leave them in the comments. And then if you want to check in on the comments later and see if anyone asks questions, you do that.
Absolutely, I can do that
on the Facebook group. So if you just want to tag her on there, I'm sure she'll get back to you. But there is a question.
Absolutely.
Question from Joe.
Oh, Joe. Hi, Joe.
He said, during the pandemic, businesses were forced to offer services online. Have you seen a trend to continue to do so and make their checkout processes ally-friendly?
Yeah. It is, yes. I think there's no putting the genie back in the bottle. And so a lot of organizations, businesses, nonprofits, others are I think they hoped that it would all go away, right? And they wouldn't have to keep working on things. So they really are going to have to continue to work at making things more accessible. Joe uses the abbreviation accessibility. When you spell it out, it starts with an A and it ends with a Y, and there are 11 characters in the middle. And so sometimes we abbreviate accessibility A11Y. And
Okay.
sometimes, yeah,
Cool.
but yeah.
Cool. That's good to know.
Yeah, it's a thing to keep learning about. I think for developers and people that are thinking about their websites, it's going to be a lot like mobile responsive was 10 and 12 and 13 years
Totally.
ago. A few people were like, oh, I don't, people aren't looking at my website on their phones. And, we have people that say, we don't have any blind people that visit our site. I was like, yeah, but it's a, it really is something that everybody's going to have to do.
For sure. Well, 1 in 4 was such an interesting statistic that you brought up, that 1 in 4 people have a disability. And that's something that I was like, whoa, I didn't realize that. And
well, and if you're thinking about just people who are blind, or just people who have can't use a mouse because they have mobility, that's small. But then you have to think about like 10% of all adults have some kind of color blindness. Right. And so you get people that have reading disabilities, or and some of the things like for people that have reading disabilities, when you full justify it's little things, right? You full justify the text and it has lots of white spaces. And those are called rivers of white, because the people with reading disabilities often just see the white and can't read the words. And so finding ways that you're, making things more easier to use for everybody is really just, awesome.
Yeah. Well, I love it. Thank you for sharing.
You're more than
really
welcome.
appreciate you being here.
Yeah, you're more than welcome. And I'm happy to reach out.
Some links to share.
Yeah, I have. If people wanted to find out more about our, where do I share those?
You can send those to me, and then I'll get them. I can post them.
Okay, awesome. I'll do that. There we go. That's the plans that I talked about. The various levels of plans that I shared at the end, and there are other folks that do those kind of similar plans too. But reach out if folks have questions. Happy to do that.
Cool. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Bet.
Thanks you're welcome.
Being here. Yeah, nice to meet you. Enjoy your day.
Great to meet you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Awesome. That was so great. Well, we have about 18 minutes till our next presentation. So grab some lunch, grab a snack, and we will see you back here on the top of the hour for Dylan Howell and his presentation on SEO. So see you soon. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, welcome back. Welcome. And if you've been here all day, then welcome back. If you are just joining us, I highly recommend you go back and listen to the sessions throughout the day. I have learned so much. It's been amazing. Most recently, we had Hannon on here talking about accessibility. And it was a session that I think everyone needs to hear if you are managing any kind of website. So it's been so fun, and the day's not over. Next up, we have Dylan Howell. Dylan came to Portland from Boise, Idaho. He quickly fell in love with the city while on a photo assignment and instantly decided he needed to move. Portland is beautiful. I don't blame him. He lives near Mount Tabor. I think I'm saying that right. I could be wrong. With his 2 cats and his wife, Jess. Outside of photography, he spends time cycling, working in his Miata, rock climbing, and touring the local vegan restaurant scene. Dylan is an SEO professional and has worked on thousands of sites, ranging from small businesses to 10+ million page e-commerce sites. And today, Dylan is here to share his knowledge of leveraging SEO for Kadence. Dylan, how's it going?
Hey, doing really well.
I actually live in Boise, and you don't meet many people who stray from Boise because it's just a great town. But
Totally.
Portland
Yeah.
does have it can draw you into. I visited Portland last, I think, February, and I left Boise, and it was just so dry and cold, and then nothing blooming. And then Portland, everything was like beautiful and green and lush, and I was like, yeah, I could live here.
Right. Yeah, it drew me in as well.
Yeah. Cool. Well, thanks for being here today. If you have any questions, let me know. I'll just be backstage. Otherwise, the mic is yours.
Cool. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right. So I have a little slideshow today, and thank you all for being here. It's my first time really talking to an audience that isn't already warmed up to who I am and what I do. But I am a photographer, and then I teach photographers SEO. So basically, when I was going through this slideshow, building up the slideshow, I wanted to make sure that it would be relevant to small businesses that might be using Kadence, or developers and designers that are using Kadence to build sites for small businesses. And so I hope these tips are going to be useful and helpful for you all. Let me know in the comments if you have questions, and then we'll have some time for Q&A at the end as well. All right, so what we're going to cover today, what is SEO? How does Kadence help? And I'm going to give you guys a few non-Kadence specific SEO tips because I thought those would be helpful, and I hope they are. And then I'm going to dive into some of my favorite SEO strategies that I'm able to implement because of Kadence or with Kadence. All right, so quickly, what is SEO? And that's really going to be like improving the overall visibility and traffic and revenue for your websites and different social properties via search engines. This is a search console graph from a Kadence site that I built. It's a little side project, and it's been fun to work on in my spare time. So really, like most of the time when we talk about search engines, we're generally going to be talking about Google. Google's by far the largest search engine, but we can also be talking about things like YouTube or other social medias that have search. TikTok search is becoming larger. Instagram has search that's fairly decent, etc. One of the ways we're going to go about improving our SEO results is going to be through creating relevant content for our potential clients. Here's an example from my site that's a guide to vegan restaurants in Portland. A lot of my clients are vegans, and I live in Portland, and nobody had built a really good guide for this. And so I went ahead and did that, and it drives a lot of traffic to my site. Another avenue for optimizing your site is through performance and technical optimizations. Obviously, Kadence out of the box is like pretty dang decent for performance. There are some tips that we can share to improve that. And then there are a bunch of technical optimizations that we can do via Kadence as well. And then finally, another huge aspect of SEO is going to be building brand and link authority. So this is like going back to the earliest days of Google when they created PageRank and realized that how many backlinks a site has is a very decent approximation of how authoritative that site is and how relevant it, or how much it should show up in search. Backlinks have been important for SEO ever since. And brand authority, I like to think of it in simplest terms of how many times your site or your brand's name is mentioned online, or how many times people are searching for your brand in searches in Google search. So an example would be doing events like this. I'll see a huge spike in people searching my name on Google. That is a signal to Google that my name is important, and that can help increase my search rankings. All right, and how does Kadence help? These are like the quick bullet points of why I like Kadence. Its overall performance is really good. That's something that you see in the groups all the time, people posting their near 100 PageSpeed Insights scores. Kadence out of the box is very performant. Kadence blocks have made it easy for non-developers and typical small business owners to create content using the block editor. It's really nice to see people getting away from different page builders like Beaver, Elementor, etc., and just doing block-based WordPress. The Kadence theme, I think, has been somewhat of a groundbreaking theme for WordPress, and the way that people can get to use the customizer properly and get rid of a lot of themes in the past that were hard to set up or not really working with WordPress properly. Kadence has fixed that. The starter templates are great. A lot of people are offering their own custom starter templates, and those can be awesome as well. And then the cloud library sections. So if you're a designer, building sections for your clients and then allowing them to use those has been super nice. All right, here are the non-Kadence SEO tips that I think will be helpful. First, you need an SEO plugin. SEO Press is my current favorite for WordPress. Yoast is decent. A lot of people use Yoast, and there's a lot of documentation online. So if people are very new to WordPress, recommending Yoast is pretty easy. Rank Math is okay. I've noticed that a lot of small business owners can get overwhelmed by Rank Math. So I definitely prefer SEO Press or Yoast. That SEO plugin will do some title optimizations or make those much easier. My biggest tip there is to not use your main target topic and append that to all of your titles site-wide. So for my website's example, if I'm targeting Portland wedding photographer, I don't want that site description that is where people typically put that main keyword. I don't want that added to every site title on my entire site. I only want that to be targeted on my homepage. So going through that process, if you're a designer and you're setting up somebody's brand new site, can really help them out. Meta descriptions are pretty simple. They'll typically grab the excerpt. The plugin will create the open graph tags, typically with existing content and featured image. It'll create a sitemap. The standard WordPress sitemap is much better and now actually exists in the past few years. But I like how these third-party SEO plugins handle building sitemaps. No indexing tag and category archives. For many small business sites, not showing these archives in search results is going to improve their overall search performance because they're such poor quality results. And they're typically going to be wanting to target those topics with better content or with the actual blog content that they have those tags or categories appended to. Disabling author archives. If you aren't running a website that's multi-author or like a news publication, you probably don't need an author archive, and disabling that can help. And same with date archives. If you don't need people to look up like what all of your July 2019 content is, you probably don't need a date archive. And then you can consider some different schema opportunities. Homepage local business schema can be really great. A lot of these plugins are now doing article schema properly, and they're able to add the author information as well. So that's really nice. And another step, if you've created a new website for somebody, or if you've just created your own website, is to verify your Search Console. You cannot start collecting data until you verified Search Console, and Search Console is your key to Google search. It's where you get all your information about impressions and clicks and ranking. It's where you can see technical issues. They'll warn you maybe too often about different things that they're seeing that could be wrong with your site. But it's very key that you do sign up and Verify Search Console. And I recommend the domain property. It requires DNS verification, but it shows all of your URL prefixes. So HTTP, HTTPS, etc. will all be in that one property. You can verify all 4 of the other URL properties just to troubleshoot if maybe HTTP is indexed when you want HTTPS to be your main actual domain. And then using the site : search operator. This is another tip if you've created a brand new website, or if you're doing a domain migration or anything like that, or just to check up on what pages on your site are actually indexed. This is one of the quickest and easiest ways to do so. It also shows you how your titles and meta descriptions, etc., are being formatted, so you can quickly see if you need to change how your titles are set up in your SEO plugin. And then the thing I see on most of small business sites that I work on is there will be a handful or a lot of low quality pages that you didn't want to be indexed or didn't know were indexed. Sometimes people have like secret pricing pages indexed, or other examples of pages that they didn't want to be public facing that Google has found and put online. So use that site operator to see all of the pages indexed for your domain. And then you can use the Google Search Console removals tool to remove any unwanted pages. And you can also use your SEO plugin to add a no index tag. Generally, it's under advanced settings, and just do not show this page in search results. All right, time for some Kadence tips. Table of contents block. This is one of my favorite blocks, and one of the early reasons why I gave Kadence blocks a look. Table of contents can really help with longer form content. And this is one way that you can get nice site links for your blog posts and other longer form content to show up in search results. And it creates easy jump links to headings. I just really like them, both from a SEO perspective and just from a pure user experience perspective. So table of contents block, you can pick which headings you want to show. You can style it however you'd like. It's one of my favorites. The posted and updated date. This is another feature that I really like in Kadence. On your individual blog posts, Google really likes to see when you have updated content. So you can leave the posted date on, or you can show the updated date. This is nice to not have to do manually. In the past, I was always changing my published dates or going in and manually adding an updated date to my content. This is one thing that I do to my content semi-regularly, and I typically do see a ranking improvement just by updating content that is already existing and potentially changing the posted date to a more current date. Single post breadcrumbs. This can be really helpful on sites that maybe have many subcategories or categories of content or nested content with like a child-parent setup. These can show users where they are on your site if they land on one of those pages, and it can also help Google better understand the hierarchical relationships between that content. So breadcrumbs can be really nice. And this is a fun tip that I really like in Kadence, is just setting the either row or section HTML anchors under advanced, and to use descriptions that are maybe keyword rich. There have been studies to show that setting these anchors can actually help SEO performance. So using like your main keyword or main topics for those sections can really help. And it makes it easier for you to find the right row when you're actually editing your content. Better heading structure via the advanced text block. I can't tell you how many sites, it's practically every site that I look at, uses headings purely to style text, where they think H1 will just make the text larger, H2 is almost as large, etc. And so they're using headings to design the page instead of thinking of headings as like the outline to their content. So the advanced heading or the advanced text block allows you to separate those two. You can keep your heading structure completely separate from your styling and think of it more as an outline to your content. You can nest your subtopics hierarchically. The overwhelming SEO recommendation you'll always see is just having one H1 for that main topic of the page. It makes it easy to do so. And I like this browser extension called Headings Map. This allows you on any page that you're on online to just quickly see its heading structure. Another one is Detailed SEO, has a decent heading section, but this one's super quick and easy. And this is a great example from Shell Creek Photography on how to properly structure headings. I believe that's their homepage. Image SEO. I could go on and on for image SEO, as it's been one of the main main topics of my career. One thing I've noticed is that people think that they have to optimize all of the images on their website. And when I say optimize, I'm talking about an optimized file name. So a file name that just describes the photo and includes the topic you're trying to rank for. And then maybe optimizing alt text to not only describe the photo from a accessibility standpoint, but also try to sneak in the topic and keywords that you're trying to rank for as well. Typically, you should concentrate on doing that on your homepage and maybe your more important pages and pages that are ranking well, but only for a handful of images. Google's not going to show 100 images from one website for a topic, but they might show 5 or 10. So definitely concentrate on a small number of important photos, typically the largest photos on the page, the photos that are highest towards the top, and nearby important headings, etc. And then a tip that's more of a design technical tip, don't expect images that are in CSS backgrounds to ever show up in Google search. And same with base 64. I have seen some base 64 images showing up in image results recently, but previously Google said that they will not index those. Building a better footer. The top example there is just in the free theme using the customizer, which I think is great for most people. And when I think of a footer, I really want to see links to important pages. The middle, I think, is using hooked elements that's in the pro theme. And then the bottom, I believe, is using hooked elements as well. Local businesses should consider having their contact info in the footer, address, telephone, etc. A link to your permissions page would be great. Any legal information is awesome. Linking to your socials, obviously. But yeah, building a footer from an SEO perspective, I'm always thinking about linking to important pages and how that will help my internal link site-wide. Similarly, building a better nav, a better header. You might see site links under most URLs. One of the strongest signals you can send to Google about which pages are important are which pages are in your nav. You should also remember that Google is primarily crawling the mobile version of people's websites. So if you have a separate menu for your mobile, be sure to check that and not your desktop. I'm seeing some questions here. I'll get to these questions later. Awesome. Building a better homepage. This is going to be one of the largest sections. And I'm going to go through step by step what I look for in a decent small business homepage. Primarily, these examples are going to show photographers, but you can hopefully use these for all types of small businesses. The first is going to be above the fold content. Without scrolling down, a user should understand exactly what your offering is and who you are. And so for photographers, they should have some imagery. I like to see a big heading that tells exactly what the business is about without having to scroll. From a performance and technical standpoint, you should make sure that all of the fonts used to get this first largest contentful paint are preloaded. Images should be preloaded as well, hopefully responsively. You want this is like the most important thing to load quickly. You should show your unique selling proposition. This is usually pretty standard. People hopefully understand that they should be telling users why they should consider that brand. An about section. I like to include a short about section on the homepage and then maybe link to the about page for further information from there. Process or next steps or experience. This will just tell users exactly what is the process for booking you or using your services. Awards, features, and press. This is super important for just showing your authority and expertise. So any press that your brand has received, any features online, any news articles, etc., you should be including those on the homepage. Reviews and testimonials. The testimonials block is really great. And I can't recommend it enough to have at least a handful of reviews on your homepage. And I've gone on my own site to trying to include like really long text testimonials because I really do value or believe in the importance of those. And then resources. Part of the long form content that you might be wanting to create for your small business will be resources for your potential clients. So from my business, I'm a wedding photographer. And so I'm telling people about the local wedding venues and an engagement ring buying guide and wedding dress shops in my area. Those are the 3 posts that I really want to rank highest because they're earlier in the potential clients' purchasing decisions that they have to make. And they're very helpful. I've spent a lot of time on that content. And so I want to link to them from the homepage, which tells Google the importance of those pages. And then a better contact form. This one's pretty simple. I think that's the wrong, I have a different page for that after, but building a cornerstone page. So pretty much take everything I told you about the homepage, and if you have any secondary specialties or secondary locations. So for me, I'm based in Portland, Oregon. If I also wanted to offer my services in Los Angeles, I could practically clone all of the same blocks and just make it LA-based information if I wanted to have my services available in that city. Likewise, if I'm a wedding photographer and I also want to shoot portraits, I can make a portrait version of my homepage and have it on a separate URL, only targeting portraits and not weddings. And here, the post grid carousel is an incredible feature where you can show specific tags or categories and query just those posts to show. A better about page. This is really fun. Another opportunity for you to show authority and expertise, link to your social medias, and tell your story. So one thing I've done recently with my latest website refresh is try to find all of the articles that I've either written or been mentioned in or interviewed on, any podcast appearances, any past conferences or workshops that I've spoken at, and add those to my about page. So I'm just wanting to really show Google, these are the places that I've shown up online, and this is why you should think of me as an authority in the space. Here's the contact form page that I was trying to link to earlier. Show your address if you have a local business. Local business schema can also be important. Show your telephone number, show an email address. I like to link to my Google business profile from this contact page. I actually linked from my address specifically. And then after people contact you, I like in the Kadence form that you can both log your submissions to your database and send the user to a thank you page. So I redirect to the thank you page on form submission. And that thank you page is important because I tell them exactly how long they need to wait for a reply, how they can exit or how they can get a hold of me if they don't get a reply back, and kind of like set those expectations there. Awesome. And I think I did like a speed run on that presentation, but my SEO company is called Failure Photos, and it's specifically for photographers and wedding professionals. And if you're interested on that, you can go to fillyourphotos.com. And then my personal website is dylannmhowell.com if you want to check that out. And I'd love to take questions. All right, Paul's asking, for page title branding, do I prefer the hyphen or the pipe? Typically, I like the pipe just because it takes up less space, but really, they're from a ranking perspective, they're the same. And Joe, how granular do I get? Do you gauge which blocks outperform others? Adjust the site based on performance? Gosh, if that question's in regards to actually like loading time performance, I don't really spend that much time looking at how different blocks are going to perform. I have my easy performance setup for the general Kadence site is just good hosting. I prefer Cloudways, typically using Vultr servers, they're high frequency servers. And then I like WP Rocket is my performance plugin of choice. Doing that with their new feature to get rid of unused CSS. And that's pretty much all I have to do on a Kadence site to achieve really good performance. David, cool. Regarding testimonials, is it more impactful to have multiple testimonials in a block or equally good to have them spaced throughout the page? Gosh, I really like having them in one section, but God, yeah, I think you could make a case for a way to weave them throughout the page. But my current preference is having them in one block and then potentially linking to a page of even more testimonials. But good question. Branding on your image alt tags. Generally, I don't. I don't think that that's really best for accessibility. And typically, you're already going to rank for your like brand itself with your own images. As far as people like seeing, like, I guess the one instance where people do that is generally with Pinterest. If Pinterest is grabbing the alt tag to use as like the description of a pin, if that's the case, I much prefer the actual Pinterest description meta tag. I think that's one area where I disagree with Pinterest professionals when they're always jamming domain names and brand identities into alt text.
Cool. I think that's all the
Awesome.
questions we have.
Awesome.
Thanks, Dylan. That was awesome.
Totally. Thank you so much.
There's so much to understand about SEO, and there's also so much to miss. So
Totally.
super helpful.
Yeah, I hope it helps.
Yeah. And people can find you in our Facebook group. Is that right?
I am in there for sure.
Amazing. And then, I think I have a link for you as well that I will add to the chat.
Awesome.
And thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
Totally. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. So we will be back on the hour in about 30 minutes with our next speaker, who is Michelle Frechette. I'm not saying her last name right. I will figure out how to say that. But we're so excited to have her. And we'll see you guys soon. Hello, hello. Welcome back to Kadence Amplify. If you're hopping in for the first time, I strongly encourage you to go back at some point and listen to all the sessions from today. I personally feel like I have gained a whole new world of wisdom. It's been amazing. Such a blast. And if you've been here at all throughout the day, then thank you so much. The engagement we've had from our audience has been just so fun. So thank you. Thank you. Next up on the docket, this is our last session of track 2, but we have Michelle Frechette. Michelle is the Director of Community Engagement for Stellar WP at Liquid Web. Michelle was called the busiest woman in WordPress by Matt Mullenweg at WordCamp US 2022, and she is that. We are so grateful that Michelle is here and a big part of Stellar success. She is a big part of Stellar success. In addition to her work at Stellar WP, Michelle is the podcast barista at WPCoffeeTalk.com, co-founder of underrepresentedintech.com, and creator of WPCareerPages.com. So she is busy, as you can tell. She's also the president of the board for BigOrangeHeart.org, director of community relations and contributor at PostStatus.com, co-host of the WP Motive podcast, author, business coach, and a frequent organizer and speaker at WordPress events. Michelle lives outside of Rochester, New York, where she's an avid nature photographer. You can learn more about Michelle at meetmichelle.online. And here she is. Hello, Michelle. How are you?
I'm good, Hannah. How are you?
I'm good. I feel like we've run in a lot of the same streams, but we haven't gotten to interact very much, which makes me so sad. Kathy talks so highly of you, and obviously your name and face is just everywhere. So it's super fun to get to introduce you today and to hear what you have to share with us.
Well, she speaks highly of you as well, so it's really nice to share a screen with you today.
Yeah, Kathy and I keep each other sane. We have fun.
Absolutely.
Ben just goes along with what we say and do.
I mean, that's his job, so it's all good.
It's true. It's true. Well, cool. I'm going to turn everything over to you. And then at the end, if there's questions, we'll add them on the screen. But let me know if you need anything.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here today talking about launching a podcast. So if launching a podcast is something you've ever thought about, I have a lot of things that I'd like to share with you about how I was able to do that. So let me tell you how it first began. It was May of 2019. And I was thinking to myself, I wonder what it would be like to learn to podcast. I had up until 2018 been freelancing for years and always hoped that one of my clients would want to learn how to do podcasting so that I would kind of be forced into it. But since nobody did, I thought, well, let me at least learn how to do it myself. And so I thought, well, what would be good to do is like stay in WordPress. WordPress is my place, my space. And I didn't necessarily have enough content to want to share my own thoughts on such a regular basis, but I thought it would be really cool to meet other people in WordPress. And so I thought of WP Coffee Talk. Now, at the time, I had just learned to drink coffee. I was in my late 40s, early 50s, I guess in my 50s. I was 51 years old, and I had never really been a coffee drinker, but Coffee Talk seemed much better than like Tea Talk. So I decided, let's try WP Coffee Talk. Maybe I'll get a few episodes. It will die a painful death. A lot of people think they're going to want to be podcasters. Just like blogging, you write 4 or 5, you create 4 or 5 episodes, and then you kind of stall out and don't know what you're going to do next. So I thought it might just kind of die a painful death. Maybe nobody will want to see it or hear it. Who would even want to be on it? Who would want to come talk to me in WordPress? I decided, okay, let's try this thing. I built a website. I launched on a Friday, and as an afterthought, the next morning thought, gosh, I guess I should have a social media channel for this. So I created WP Coffee Talk on Twitter. I tweeted it out from my own brand. I tweeted it out from there, and I went to bed. By Monday morning, I had a lot of people who wanted to be on the show, and I was like, wow, this thing might actually have something like some legs to it, and this might actually go someplace. That was June 2019. I now have over 150 episodes recorded, 122 published, probably closer to 200 recorded. I have a whole bunch that are going to be released very soon. I finally got an assistant who's going to help me get them all on the air. So what did I learn in all of that? Well, let me tell you, the first thing I did was create a website and start a podcast without knowing anything about what you should do to create a podcast. And so I learned on the go, and I lucked myself into some level of success. I created WP Coffee Talk, where I get to talk to people in the WordPress community all over the world. So I usually start by saying, welcome to the next episode of WP Coffee Talk. And to this point in time, I have spoken literally to people on every continent except Antarctica. So if you know somebody down there, hook me up, because it'll be fun to say that I've talked to people on all the continents. The format that I created for WP Coffee Talk was about 40 minutes. So it's a 40-minute conversation. There's a lot of questions that I do. I've spoken to people anywhere and anyone in the WordPress community for any company, whether they were well-known or almost unknown. And every single person that I interview on WP Coffee Talk gets asked the same exact set of questions. So whether you just started your own website for your small company or blog, or your Matt Mullenweg, I've asked you the same set of questions. I think of it as kind of like the great equalizer, because everybody has different answers to those questions. And no matter if you're somebody who has years and years in WordPress or just starting out, you have something to share that other people can learn about. So as I said, everyone gets asked the same set of questions, and almost anything goes. I do try to keep it a modicum of class to the whole thing. But I will say, I do reserve the right not to publish any episodes that I've recorded. And that's because sometimes people can absolutely be all about trying to push their product, in which case nobody's going to want to hear that, and I'm going to lose some credibility for my podcast. And sometimes there have been people who had so many interruptions, their children walk in, their phone is ringing, and they are stopping the podcast to deal with things that are not part of the conversation we're having, that it made it almost impossible to edit. And at that point, I thought, if it's not your priority, it's also not going to be mine. And so I didn't publish that episode either. By and large, I think all but 2 episodes have been published over the years. So yeah, it works pretty well. My takeaways from years of doing this now is that people love to talk about themselves, right? You ask a question, people like to answer you, and it makes it super easy. Usually you don't get a lot of introverts that want to be on a podcast. So that does make it a little bit easier. And I always send the questions in advance, so people have an opportunity to read them over and know what they're going to be talking about. However, as you see on the screen, most people haven't read the questions in advance, even though I've given them to them several times. And I will honestly say a lot of guests have never even listened to an episode of the podcast before they ask to be on it. So it can make it a little bit challenging. I always schedule in a little bit of extra time at the beginning of the time that I talk to somebody. I schedule an hour to meet with them and record the podcast. And it's usually about 35 to 40 minutes of actually recording time, because I go over things with them at the beginning. I make sure that they're comfortable with the questions. They have answers in mind so that we get there. It's not just awkward silence and things like that. And have an opportunity to feel comfortable about podcasting. A lot of people that I've met with, it's their first time ever guesting on a podcast. And so I walk through processes with them and help them feel at ease. I will say international scheduling has been painful because time zones are difficult. So when it comes to me setting out a schedule for people to meet with me, I make sure I have times that are not only in my evenings here, and I'm in the eastern part of the United States, but I also will schedule times on Saturday mornings, so that if somebody is on the other side of the world, it gives them an opportunity to actually meet, not have to get up in the middle of the night to work with me. By and large, people are generous and kind. They're generous with their time. They're generous with their sponsorships. They're generous with their tips. And we'll get into a little bit of that as we go through. And then the last thing is, rendering video can be a very time-consuming process. But we are going to talk about equipment, and we're going to talk about software as I start to share some of my ideas and advice with you. So the first piece of advice I have for you is you want to have a podcast, determine what the format of your podcast is. Is it going to be like WP Coffee Talk where you are doing an interview style? Is it going to be multi-host dialogue? So I also co-host a podcast called Underrepresented in Tech with Allie Nimmons, and it's the two of us having a conversation every week. Kathy Zantz and I have a podcast called WP Motivate, and it's the two of us having a conversation every week. So you have to think about how that's going to work. If it's going to be interview style, if it's going to be multi-host dialogue, single host dialogue, like Adam Silver with Kitchen Sink WP, most of the time he is sharing with you his thoughts on things. He's reviewing products, he's doing things like that, but it's just him. If that's the way you want to do your podcast, that's great too. You could do product review. You can do topical. There are people who have, there's like Do the Woo, which is about WooCommerce and e-commerce in the system. So whatever it is, think in advance about what it is and how you'd like your format to be. And then if you choose interview format, let's talk a little bit about what that would look like. So make it easy for people to find you and ask to be on the show. So if you were to go to wpcoffeetalk.com, you will see a link. I think it says spill the beans or be on the show. And so there's an interest form that people can fill out that says, I'm interested in being on your podcast. Now, we are all in the web business. We know that those forms get spammed a lot. So that is not the link to actually sign up to be on the show. So I do a vetting process. You have to go through that form first. I will read it. And if I know you're a real person with really good intentions, I will contact you again with a link back to the website, a hidden link that has all the information and a way to schedule to be on the show. I send that separately. So don't make it super easy for people to sign up, but make it very easy for them to give interest. Alternatively, also, I often ask people. So especially in the early days, if I was starting to dwindle on the number of episodes I'd recorded, I would reach out to people in the community. I would reach out to people in my local community and in the global community and say, hey, would you consider being a guest on the podcast? So there's lots of ways that you can get content for your podcast. And then prepare your guests as much as possible. So I have a page on that site. The page that they sign up on also gives the questions. It gives the format that I use. It gives a lot of information before they even get to the link at the bottom, excuse me, to actually schedule on my calendar. I want to make it as simple as possible. And the people who do read it find it incredibly helpful, and it takes away a lot of the anxiety about being on a podcast with somebody. I also send them reminders, and in those reminders, they get the questions again. So there's very little reason not to read those if you're worried about what might be asked and what's on the show. And then I send it again, like the day before, they get a reminder. It's all through Calendly, so they get those prompts, those reminders to be able to know what's coming and kind of be prepared and not forget that they signed up for a time with me. I also ask in advance if they have any questions. I'll open dialogue with people, make sure that they feel comfortable with everything that's going on, ask if they have any questions about being on the show or what the format might look like. I ask them on that page of information to make sure that they have a quiet place that they can do. If they have an external microphone, please use it. If they have headphones, please use them, and to try to use the highest quality video camera that they can. I will say I have had guests that are using their cell phone, and that's fine. Whatever they can do, as long as I can hear them and they can be heard in the recording. But obviously, the higher quality, the better, and the more likely that people will continue to listen through the whole episode. And then I get as much information about them as possible via the intake form. When I first started, I would send a thank you email that asked them to fill in a bunch of blanks, such as like their website, their WordPress.org handle, their social media handles, things like that. Now I ask that on the intake form because the fewer times I have to ask them for information, the easier it is for them to actually process it. So make it as simple as possible to make your job as simple as possible. Now, if you choose a multi-host dialogue, which is what I have in the other podcast that I do with Kathy and with Allie, for example, determine your topics in advance whenever possible. So take underrepresentedintech.com with Allie, for example. I will she and I will text each other through the week and say, what do you think of this topic? Or what do you think about that topic? So that when we actually meet to do our recording, we have an idea of what it is we want to talk about. We may have done a little bit of web research to see what's going on in the world around that topic so that we can present it intelligently. Before we actually start recording, we will actually talk about some of that as well. We'll determine who's going to lead the conversation. So, for example, if it was my idea, if the topic that week was my idea, I will probably lead the conversation, and then Allie will come in with her ideas as well, or vice versa. And we do a pretty good job of kind of going back and forth every week about how we're going to do that and who's going to lead the conversation. But also, don't spend a lot of time discussing the topic before you start recording, because you'll actually wear out your excitement for it. So it's exciting to have that conversation. It's not exciting to have the conversation twice in a row in 20 minutes. So get your main talking points out, get those logistics worked out about who's going to talk about what, but save the actual conversation around the topic for when you're recording, because it'll be much fresher and much more interesting to listen to if you're not rehashing a conversation that you just had. If you choose single host dialogue, keep your research in advance, do your research in advance. Whatever it is you want to talk about, make sure that you are as up to date as possible on what that topic is. Keep an eye on the clock so that you don't run over, or you're not too short either. So if you normally have a 20-minute podcast, make sure it's around 20 minutes, never less than 15 minutes and never more than 30, because people expect consistency from you. And don't fret over how you sound or any verbal noises. Like I have a frog in my throat today because it's spring and my allergies are acting up. I'm not muting myself. I'm not stepping away just because I have to clear my throat. People expect that. We actually don't hear that noise a lot when we listen to things unless it's really pervasive. I once recorded a webinar about fundraising, and halfway through I sneezed. But I was on a roll, so I just kept going because I thought, people sneeze. It's not bad to hear a sneeze. Now, if video, it's harder to edit those kinds of things on a video. It's much easier to edit that out and have continuity if you're just doing an audio podcast. But does it really matter? Maybe to you it does. You can edit it out. Honestly, I think that we're all humans and we can hear somebody sneeze every once in a while. It's also important not only to determine the format, but to determine the frequency. Are you going to do a weekly podcast? Are you going to do a monthly podcast? How often are you going to be doing that? And then think about all those times that maybe you thought about blogging something. Do you have enough information, enough ideas, enough topics to continue through at the rate that you have said you wanted to do it? So if I say I'm going to podcast weekly, what does that mean? That means I have to talk about something new around my major subject area every single time I get on the air. So do I have enough to do that? Do I have 4 hours worth? Great. If I have 4 hours worth, that could get me through maybe 2 months. If I have 4 hours worth and I'm doing a weekly podcast, that's not going to go as far as if I have 4 hours worth and I'm doing a monthly podcast. So think about your topic. Make sure that it's something you can continue to be passionate about for a long time. Or say this is going to be a year in the life of podcasts, and when I finish, I finish. But it's okay occasionally to miss. So when we were in Bangkok, Thailand for WordCamp Asia, we missed a week of podcasting. And Kathy and I with WP Motivate, we missed 3 weeks. And it's not the end of the world, because people expect that life happens. You are not beholden to your audience to never have emergencies or to never have things come up or to not take a vacation. Make sure that you are actually enjoying it and that you don't become so beholden to your own project that you start to resent it. And it's okay to stray from your format once in a while. So I mentioned Adam Silver at Kitchen Sink WP. He has a single person dialogue, single host dialogue. However, on occasion, he'll invite a guest and do an interview, or he'll invite somebody who's got a product to talk about their product. So it's okay to stray from your own format every once in a while in order to have fun with it, and because you think of something that you'd like to share through your platform. Now, getting to the equipment part of things, it is really okay if you can't afford top of the line equipment at first. If you can't afford a top of the line camera, you can't afford top of the line microphone, start with what you have. If you are podcasting from your phone and that's the best you have, but you want to start and you want to get out there, do it. Don't let those kinds of things hold you back. As you grow, as you maybe get sponsorship, as you are able to upgrade your equipment. I started with a very low quality microphone, and then I upgraded to a Yeti microphone. So on my desk at my office, I have a Yeti microphone. On my desk here in my home office, I have a Shure microphone. They're both very good microphones, and they work really well for podcasting. My first podcasting was done through the built-in camera on my MacBook, which I thought was fine until I upgraded to a Logitech, and now I have much clearer, and then I added lights, and so you see my face much better. So I was able to, over time, upgrade my equipment, but I started out with the bare minimum, and people still wanted to be on the show, people still listened, and people still watched the YouTube channel. And if you're using a computer that has capacity to process sound and video quickly, I highly recommend it. My old laptop, it took me 8 hours to render video for a 40 to 45 minute podcast. It was excruciating, and it almost deflated my wanting to continue forward. But I upgraded to a MacBook Pro with much faster capacity, and now it doesn't take me nearly as long to do that. It's probably about 20 minutes to render a 45-minute video, if that. So as you grow, do better, but start with what you have. The same is true for your software. So a lot of us have MacBooks. If you don't have MacBook, there's other things that are similar to you. MacBook usually comes with GarageBand and I can't remember what they call it, iMovie, I think, for video processing. I don't use those. I never really got the hang of GarageBand. I was very frustrated by it. I never really got the hang of iMovie. However, I learned Adobe Rush for video processing, and that works very well for me. And Audacity, which I think is audacity.com, is free for rendering audio. You can record right through it. You can create your bumpers, which are your intros and your outros, and then anything in between. And you can edit your audio. You can edit out sounds in there. It's really good editing software, and it's free, and it works really well. So use what you can. Again, upgrade as you have the opportunity. So I like to say prepare for disaster, but prepare more for success. I literally thought my first podcast was going to tank. I didn't think anybody would listen to it, much less want to be part of it. But before very long, I was having to juggle calendar and figure out how many episodes I could record a week and still maintain my work and still maintain my sanity. So whereas I started out with an open calendar for I think 4 nights a week and all day, like 5 hours on Saturday, I quickly pulled that back to 2 nights a week and just Saturday morning. And then I quickly pulled that back to just 1 night a week and Saturday morning. And if somebody is not able to make either of those times, of course, I'll work with them to find another time on the calendar. But I don't leave a whole wide open calendar anymore because, again, I was beholden to the podcast and I didn't want to resent it. I wanted it to be something that I could manage and continue to have passion around. I didn't expect it to take off. Like I said, I launched on Friday. I added Twitter as an afterthought. I'd hoped that I would get somebody that might want to be on it. And by Monday morning, when I actually checked my email, I had 12 people already signed up to be on the podcast, and all 12 of them recorded with me. And that gave me 3 months worth of content when I was publishing on a weekly basis. So be prepared because you may be wildly successful. Now, a lot of people look at podcasting for monetization. I honestly didn't start it that way. I didn't even have a way for people to sponsor at first. That was something I added afterwards because people started asking me about it. So I would say right from the start, make sure you have a way that people can sponsor your podcast if you're looking to monetize it at all. You don't have to. You can simply do it because you enjoy doing it. But if you do want to monetize, I'll give you some ideas for how to do that. The first is ask for sponsors. So create the page on your website that allows people to give you either to sponsor it directly or, again, to have that double like interest form, and then you send them another form to be able to sponsor your podcast. but also post about it on social media. Give people the opportunity. Make sure you thank your sponsors publicly. Thank them on the episodes so that they are getting something, an ROI for the money that they are spending with you. And then do direct asks. There's a lot of no's, but there are some yeses too. So go ask people that are different companies in your industry, whether you're in WordPress or you are building websites in a different industry. Ask for those people if they're interested in sponsoring. The worst thing that can happen is they say no, thank you. And the best thing that can happen is they give you money for you to do the thing that you're passionate about. The other thing I thought of to do, and I see a lot of people do this, very similar to doing like Patreon, is to have a tip jar on your website. So I have a tip jar, and I don't get a lot of money through there, but over the years, I've got about $500. That was $500 more than I had if I didn't put a tip jar on my site. So people want to thank you. They want to be part of your success. And sometimes it's $5, sometimes it's $100, but there are people who will want to patronize and be a patron of your podcast. So give them an opportunity to do that. And then the other thing I do is I do have affiliates. So, my hosting is, I have an affiliate account for my hosting. I have an affiliate account for the forms plugins I use. Put up an affiliate links page because, if you make a sale through those, there's a little bit more money too. So give yourself an opportunity to earn money through that if you want to. There are some ways that you can do that. And then get the word out. Absolutely build social links. So as soon as we created WP Motivate, we created a Twitter account that goes with it. We tweet out from there. We tag Kathy, we tag me, and then the two of us tweeted out again to our followers. So we're slowly building the @WP Motivate account so that people are following the podcast directly. But we couldn't do that if we didn't start the account to begin with. So build out your social links. Not just to put your episodes out there for the world, but also engage with the followers too. So if people are tweeting something or they're posting on Facebook or wherever you're posting to, engage with that. Make sure that you become relevant in the community that you are part of so that people will want to engage with you. And then they will see more about what it is that you're posting. Get involved in those industry conversations. And don't expect that your followers are just going to happen. Right. So as soon as I created an account for WP Motivate, I went through and followed not all of my friends, but a lot of my friends, and encouraged Kathy to do the same so that people who know us and want to support us would start following that and help us start to build the algorithm as well. If you're building a podcast that is industry related, send out a press release, whether it's official or not. There are newsletters in your community who will write about it. So, or at very least, include it as a link in a quick links on their newsletters. So, but if they might not know about it unless you share that with them. So make sure that you get the information out to news sources in the industry as well. If you're in Slack channels, post about it in Slack. I do that frequently because it's a great way to share things. And it's exciting to be able to share, especially if you're doing an interview show, to give credit to the person who came and spent time with you on the podcast. Tag creators carefully, usually people who've been in the show or who have interacted with you before. I never cold tag anybody in Twitter or any other social media because it's kind of a rude way to do that. But if there's people that are interacting with you, if you have a question, if you can tag them thoughtfully, that's a great way to interact as well. And then just do your outreach, talk to people, make sure people know. I actually have business cards, I know. Printed business cards in today's day and age, but I bring them with me and I hand them out to people so that they won't forget that they might want to come be on my podcast with me. So it's just another way to put something in people's hands. I created stickers and I give them out at WordCamps and other events. And so I've got stickers that say WP Coffee Talk. I've got a sticker of me holding a mug. It's actually a wapoo of me holding a mug with the WP Coffee Talk logo on it. So I give out those stickers as well. Everybody likes a good sticker for their laptop. And so that's just another way to remind people frequently of who you are. And then learn how to podcast. It's not something that we just sit down and know how to do. one of the best ways to do is listen to other podcasts, listen to different kinds of podcasts, pay attention to what you like about those, and then implement that. So I had been a guest on a few podcasts, and I liked how certain podcasts did different things. So the intake, for example, on one podcast was stellar. And so I took that, modified it for myself, and like they did that well, I'm going to do it too. And then there were other people who like wrote thank you notes and sent out thank you notes afterwards. And I was like, oh, I'm going to do thank you notes. And so I took the best of all the worlds from the things that I saw and heard through podcasting and applied them into my own podcast so that I created my own experience for people who were either guesting on the show or even listening to the show, so that they knew what to expect from Michelle and WP Coffee Talk. People know what to expect from me and Allie. They know that as soon as they start that podcast, they're going to hear me say, hi, Allie, in my little sing-songy voice. There are little things we do that actually become part of the fabric of the podcast that we create. You can take classes on podcasting. There's classes everywhere. There's classes probably Udemy and other places. There are classes through Joe Casabona. I highly recommend Joe. Joe is a seasoned, amazing podcaster. I'll post on my Twitter account later a link to some of his stuff. So if you're following, you can find that there, or just search him, Joe Casabona. He's the epitome of good courses in how to do podcasting. Also, ask help from friends and colleagues who are already doing podcasts. Pick their brains. Ask them what works. What did they wish they knew when they started? What made them decide to start a podcast? Well, how much time does it take? What is editing like for them? Ask those questions that you want to know more about, so that you're not necessarily going into it without any kind of forethought and without understanding what the true expectation of your time and your resources might be. And then read up about it. There's a ton of blog posts out there on podcasting. If you type in how to podcast, you will find so many resources for yourself. So absolutely do some research, learn about how to podcasting. Don't do it the way I did. It was so hard. I wish that I'd taken those classes before. I wish that I'd done more than just listen and guest on shows. It was fine. It worked, but I could have made my life a lot easier if I had done it a little bit differently. And so my advice to you is, don't do what I did. Do as I'm telling you now. And then the biggest piece of advice of all is have fun. Don't do it for the money. It really takes a while to get to that. I didn't have sponsors right away, and I'm not making enough money to quit my day job in podcast sponsorships. I make some vacation money. I make some Christmas money, and it's a really good thing. And I actually pay for the resources that I use out of that, and not out of my own resources. And know also that the money that you bring in through that is taxable income. So whatever you're putting out there, you also have to make accommodations for. So don't do it for the money, because that is going to take a little while to grow. Also, don't do it for the glory, because that takes time too. So it's not like you just build a podcast and suddenly you have 100,000 listeners every time. It does take a while for the wheels on that train to get moving and the motion to go forward. So yes, you can absolutely find fame and fortune in podcasting, but not on day one. And then don't do it because you think you should. Like, nobody should do a podcast because they think they should have a podcast. It's not really a good reason, because you're not going to enjoy it. Do it because you have a passion to share information about your topic, to share information about your community, to share information about other people, because that is what's going to make you want to do it and do it regularly. And then one piece of advice I forgot to put down here, and I thought of, because it was like one of those no-brainers that I didn't even think to include it. So 1 minute before we came on to the show today, I wrote down a note in front of myself and said, build a website for your podcast. A lot of podcasts only have their podcasts through where they aggregate out to. So like, you can find my podcasts on Apple Podcasts. You can find them on Podbean. But you go to my website and you're going to get the show notes, you're going to get transcripts, you're going to get all of the information that you might want right through the website. You can listen to it right there, or you can click out to the other podcast aggregators as well. But if you have a website, you have staked your claim on that name as well, and registered the domain that matches your podcast so nobody else can get it. At the very least. But it also gives you an avenue to be able to get people to sign up. It gives you an avenue to do the fundraising, sponsorships, things like that. So absolutely build yourself a website for that. that's the information I have for you today. I think we have some comments and questions. I do want to share with you, there's the screenshot, right? Or the last screen here has all the different podcasts that I have going right now. Also, at Michelle Ames is my Twitter handle. My DMs are open, so I'm always happy to serve as a resource. And that's my email address too. So if you have questions later, I would love to answer them for you. If you think of things after the fact, you can find me in a lot of different Slack channels, and you can email me. I'm always happy to serve as a resource. And I also will tweet these slides out after the event today. So, Hannah, do we have questions?
Yes, we do. Yeah, I'll post them
Awesome.
in. Here's a question from Joel. He said, I do video logs on YouTube, including interviews on my niche. Can you speak to this?
Yeah, so vlogs on YouTube is kind of, in my opinion, kind of like a visual podcast, right? So if you treat it like that, then you can actually grow. So for WP Motivate and for WP Coffee Talk and my newest podcast, Audacity Marketing, we have YouTube channels as well as having the audio out on podcasting. And so you actually grow a different audience in different places, but still answer the same questions for those people. So I think it's great if you treat your vlog like a podcast and do those same kind of marketing and the techniques that I shared with you earlier, because you will grow your audience there as well. I think it's a great way to do it. I have for a while, I had more followers on YouTube and more downloads on YouTube than I did through podcasting. So it really depends on where your audience lives and what they want to do and what they want to see. Absolutely.
That's good. Thanks, Michelle.
Sure.
Here's another one from Joe. He says, hey, Michelle, great presentation. Question, is there a guest you'd like to have but haven't had the opportunity to talk with?
Yes, I absolutely want to get Mike Little on my show, the co-founder of WordPress. I think the work that he does for education and underrepresentation is phenomenal. I would love to have him on WP Coffee Talk and Allie, and I would love to have him on the Underrepresented in Tech show. So if anybody has connections to Mike Little, ask him for us. We really would love to have him on the show and talk to him about all the wonderful work that he does in education and underrepresentation.
Let me know when that happens. It'll be a great episode.
Oh, for sure. Oh, the other thing is, so my daughter is a biracial woman who works in underrepresentation in her bank. So she is the vice president of the African American Resource Group for the bank, national bank that she works at. And I've been bugging her for years to come on the Underrepresented Tech podcast. So if anybody knows my daughter, put a little pressure on her too. Mom's not cutting it.
Shoot. That's funny. All right, I'll ping her.
There you go.
And then Joe has one other question. He said, was there a specific point when your podcast audience spiked/grew? And was it the guest or that the audience grew consistently over time?
Yeah, so the audience did grow consistently over time. And I will be honest and say that I had, through part of the pandemic, I had some mental well-being issues, right? So I was single, living home alone during a pandemic, and the anxiety and depression kind of kicked in. And so WP Coffee Talk kind of took a back burner, and it's been a little dormant for a while. So if you go and look, you're going to be like, what's she talking about? She hasn't done anything in a while. I still have a lot of episodes to put out there, which is why I've hired somebody to help me do that. And so it has waned a little bit, but even so, it was named like the 4th most popular WordPress podcast in one of the recent surveys that one of the newsletters did. So it still has some legs on it. Yeah. I will say the single most watched episode is absolutely the episode where I interviewed Matt Mullenweg. And so that really kind of boosted the following as well. But just consistency over time has helped all of the other podcasts and all the other things that I do grow. Great questions, Joe.
Yeah.
I think Joe's playing Stump Michelle. He's got a lot of good ones.
Yeah, he's been around a lot today. Thanks, Joe, for your contributions today. It's super great.
He's awesome. Oh, I see Joel has another question about the guitars.
Yes. Well, it's funny because we had Jake in here earlier today, and he has guitars in the back of his. It does seem
okay. So there's a funny story with the guitars, Joel. So let me share a little bit. Every time I've interviewed developers, especially on my podcast, they have guitars on the wall behind them or up against the wall behind them. So I was like, a couple years ago, I built my first my first plugin. It's in the repository. It's very simple. I just forked Hello Dolly and created Hello Beautiful. But I was like, does this make me a developer now? Technically, it kind of does, right? Very shallowly. Last year, my dad passed away, and he had all of these guitars that I used to play back in the day. And so I thought, I'm going to put those guitars on the wall. Number one, because it makes me feel closer to my dad, but also because I'm a real developer now. I have guitars on the wall.
I love that.
So that's the story of my
awesome.
guitars.
I give my roommate a hard time. She's not a developer and she doesn't play the guitar, but she has guitars behind her. She works from home as well. And I'm always like, why do you have those? But I feel like you have liberty to have them behind you. Like those are very good excuses.
This one on the end here is the one that I learned to play on when I was 15, I think. So yeah. So I have a history with them for sure. Yeah. But this has been awesome. Hannah, you podcast, right? You're part of the Kadence Beat.
Yes. I was going to talk about that. Ben, Kathy, and I do. Oh, sorry. I think it just broke up for a second. So Ben, Kathy, and I do the Kadence Beat. And when Ben approached me like a year ago, I guess maybe a year and a half ago now, he was like, hey, Kathy wants to start a podcast. And I was like, I kind of laughed. I was like, what would we talk about? And who would listen? And and so we kind of went into it, just like, we'll just see what happens. And it's been really fun. And honestly, all of your tips and advice are like, I'm like, I can tell that Kathy hangs out with you and obviously does a podcast with you, because a lot of those things we've also implemented, and it's been fun. And most of the time it's like, we'll get in, spend about 5 minutes talking about what we're going to talk about, and then we just dive in. And it's like, let's just have this conversation. And that's all you're really doing. It's just having conversation. And it is amazing how people like to listen to that. I'm always surprised when people listen and comment on our podcast. I'm like, wow, people like us.
I love it. Little known fact, I actually named your podcast.
I heard that. Actually, I did know that. I love that. The Kadence Beat. Thanks to Michelle. So
there you go. But you guys do a wonderful job with it. And it is true, though. Like I said, you don't want to wear out the conversation about your topic, talking about what you're going to talk about, because then it's like,
we've done that a few times.
And it doesn't feel as authentic.
Yeah. And then
so you want to make sure that
you just said all of this, so it's not as exciting. But yeah, so a lot of times Kathy's like, stop right now. We're just gonna hit play.
And that's how Kathy and I are. Every time we get ready to record WP Motivate, we start talking like, oh wait, this is good stuff. Let me hit record. Let's start. And then our signature thing, I like I said, for underrepresented in tech, is I always start with hi Ellie, like this little sing-songy thing. If you listen to WP Motivate all the way to the end, I say like, thanks for listening. It's been great to see you. And then there's like this pause. And Kathy goes, bye. And that's like our thing for there. So I always laugh. I stop the recording. I'm like, I didn't think you were going to do it today. But it is a lot of fun.
Think of something cute for ours. That's really fun.
You gotta get a drum and go like ba-bum or something at the end.
Yeah.
But Joe Simpson Jr. So Joe's been a guest on my podcast. Kathy's been a guest on the podcast on WP Coffee Talk. So, and I hope they had good experiences. We're still friends, so I think so. But
well, Joe's here today, so that says something. And Michelle talks about you all the time, or not Michelle, Kathy does. So.
Yeah, I love her too. So if anybody has any questions, find me. I'm always around in the community. If you're at a WordCamp or something, come up to me. Let's have a conversation. If you want to be on the show, I do have a few episodes to go through still, but would love to have you. And we would love to, at the very least, have you listen in and listen to me and Kathy on WPMotivate.com, because we have a lot of fun with it. And it's just, save us Kadence Beat. You guys are always laughing and having fun. I love it.
Yeah, it is fun.
Awesome.
Cool. Well, Michelle, thank you so much for being here today. And it was great to have some FaceTime with you. And
absolutely.
Really appreciate
Thanks for having me. For sure. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. So this was the final session of track 2. We have one more track today for Kadence Amplify. You will find Ben Rittner speaking on track 1. He's speaking on the future of building with blocks. So in about 15 minutes, he'll be there. So grab a snack, head over to track 1. You'll find a link in the show notes. And we'll see you there for the last session of Kadence Amplify. Thank you so much for being here.